you think it's 7:30, Steve? I think we might as well start on time. We've got a huge agenda.
So that's 7:30, Sean. You're live on YouTube.
Okay.
I know some members will be still waiting to join, but they will come in and out as the day goes on.
That's fine. Good morning, everybody, for this very long day. So we might as well start. We're not doing anything about previous meetings. This is a standalone meeting. Just before we start, I just have to ask if anybody has any interest which they wish to declare, which we don't know about before. Okay, well, let's move on. So we go on to the first item, which is the council strategy, and I think Pete and people are introducing that. Okay, over to you, Peter, and who else is it? Richard, I think, is doing it too, isn't he?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone, and good wishes for 2021 and what we're going to have to face in this year. The purpose of this session this morning is to allow councillors to hear from Cabinet members and directors on the draft proposals in the draft budget that was presented to Cabinet in December of 2020. The summary of the budget proposals are: there is cost increases of 27.857 million, cost reductions of 7.644 million, with an overall budget of 480.458 million. The proposals are based on a 1.99% council tax increase and a 2.76% national social care levy, which will equal a Band D council tax of £1,409.22, or a £63.90 per annum increase. Budget consultation period has been running since the 18th of December and will run through to the 15th of January 2021. The draft settlement from government was good and was broadly in line with what we were expecting. We have received an additional net 1.3 million, which will be split between adults and children's funding. I also wanted to mention the council strategy, and as a result of the pandemic, we have included the following: helping children, young people and schools to recover from the impact of the pandemic on their health, well-being and education, delivering the local outbreak management plan, addressing the health and other inequalities that have arisen or been exacerbated by the pandemic, continuing to build on the COVID Help Hub and the strength of local communities and voluntary organisations, leading COVID economic recovery, delivering transport schemes and changes to town centres to facilitate social distancing, and supporting agile working by council staff and partners, including adapting our buildings, estate, staff travel and ICT for the post-COVID world that we're going into. Thank you, Chair. I'd now like to hand over to the Chief Executive.
Morning, everybody. I don't want to say too many things. I'll just do the headlines as I see them. So what you've seen so far is a draft budget. We've put this together from what we know so far. So the settlement was fairly late in the process, but we think we've got a good budget based on our current knowledge. Clearly, the consultation period doesn't finish until the 15th of January, and we've not had your feedback. So there's scope for this budget to change further, and we're looking forward to your contribution to that. I think, it's an understatement, but COVID-19 has made the current year incredibly challenging. But in fairness, I think the government has provided funds to meet most of our costs. The tricky thing is to differentiate between the direct costs of us responding to COVID and the knock-on costs. So at the moment, we have a record number of looked after children. We're over 800 for the first time we believe we've ever been there. I suspect that's actually a consequence of, partly a consequence of COVID, as well as changes to our practice and everything else. But that, of course, has a cost. I think you can say that the council's financial position has been fairly sound throughout the last year, despite huge spend on COVID, which is not the situation you've seen from a number of other councils around the country who have been, essentially claiming bankruptcy, etc. We have not been in that position. We believe we had a way through, and the government money has kept flowing. Quite importantly, and almost surprisingly, the government has also indicated that for 21-22, we should be getting 11.5 million of further COVID support and a commitment to regular monitoring and review if those costs were to keep coming. So, to some way, you can sort of slightly isolate COVID as essentially been paid for. Just thinking of some headlines on services, which I think would be worth you looking at. With vulnerable children and children's services, I think over the last year, we've seen a major improvement in our safeguarding practice. It is reflected in what the DfE now say about us, what the improvement partners we're working with, and what Ofsted's last thematic inspection said. I think that's therefore reflected in a stabilised overspend, and I don't think I've said that for a very long time. It's also reflected in a stabilised workforce. We're now down from about 50% agency workers to 21%. That is a much lower cost workforce than if we're paying agency costs all the time. So in the budget, we put in a growth item of 9.4 million for next year. That includes a bit for school transport, which is getting much more expensive, but I would hope that ought to be enough to cover next year. Second area I'd go to would be adults, adult social care. We know the frailty of our older population will increase every year as people live a bit longer but have more ailments. We've got an investment of 8 million plus an inflationary rise for the contracts. I think our adult single programme has been a huge success for the council over about the last 5 years. And it's basically about getting the right support to the right people, being prepared to review packages so that they're current, not based on a historic position, and also a really huge belief that the best place somebody can be is in their own home. And we have really changed the picture of adult social care in the county. I think there's a risk with COVID. You'll have heard all the pressures on the NHS, particularly the pressures on the acute hospital. We have in place something probably now in excess of 200 discharged to assess beds. They carry a risk that instead of somebody going from hospital to home, they go from hospital to an assessment bed, ideally to home, but there's more risk of people by that mechanism going into a care home and a more expensive adult social care setting. So I'm a bit worried about that one, but we are doing our bit in terms of trying to take the serious risk out of a huge pressures on the acute hospital and the care system as it stands. The last one on services I was going to mention was we have a massive agenda for major infrastructure renewal in the county. We've previously invested in the A417, 419 missing link, and I think we can say our contribution is largely over, and that will be taken forward by Highways England. But we're in the preliminary stages of seeing national interest, national investment in M5, Junction 9 and Junction 10. it's far from clear what we need to do exactly over the next 12 months. This will deliver the infrastructure which will allow Gloucestershire to grow, the city region agenda to be reality, the cyber park to happen, the connections to the Midlands on the A46 corridor. But I think there are a lot of balls in the air at the moment. So I think it's an ambitious programme. It will be hard to nail down the exact commitment that we'll have to make in terms of preliminary design, business case development, etc. I think it's really exciting, but I wouldn't like to nail down exactly what we'll be doing throughout 21, 22 and a couple of years after that. Two last points. As ever, I want to offer to opposition groups the facility for senior officer advice on costing any budget proposals you have. It's not our job to suggest proposals, but if you come up with any, we are very happy to give you a costing on them, such that they're realistic. I think the council has a track record of the administration adopting a significant proportion of budget proposals that come forward, so it's best if they're costed. I can give you absolute assurance that any conversations you have about costing budget amendments will be totally confidential to your group. So lastly, please make the most of today. Ask your questions of my officers, ask questions of cabinet members, and I'm looking forward to the feedback session later today. So that was it from me in terms of introduction, and thank you for taking this challenge on.
I think it's now open to initial questions. I would like this session to finish at in accordance with the timetable at 9:30. So anybody want to ask any questions?
So I can't see hands up in terms of the mechanism. Brian Robinson's hand's just got up, but I can also see Ian Doby indicating on the screen, and I think Leslie and Paul Hodgkinson have. So Brian Robinson was the first one on the WebEx with the hand up.
Yes, thank you. Yes, three areas pop out as questions initially. One, listening to the introductions there from both of you, climate change I don't think was mentioned, so it's just really a question. That's clearly not an emergency that's not going to go away, but it's not quite as in our face as COVID at the moment. So does our budget enable us to continue our fight against climate change? Secondly, excuse me, you mentioned that the settlement came in late. Are you able to tell us in what way the settlement changes the budget in terms of have we got additional funding that we didn't expect or less than we expected? And thirdly, a question around the social care levy. We've been applying this for several years now, so I would guess we're probably cumulatively sort of picking up in the region of about 15% extra for social care. Recognise that it's a cost to the council, but in a time when inflation has sort of been nudging quite low, that does mean our cumulative effect of council tax increases has probably added about £300 a year to an average Band D council tax, which is a considerable sum. So the question really is it inevitable that we're going to be funding social care through this relatively high increase in council tax each year on year, because it's not a short-term fix. It seems now to be an embedded part of the way we fund social care.
Climate change is integral to our corporate strategy and our financial plans. I've tried to focus really on the what has changed through the COVID shock, but it is there. And I think over the last 12 months, we've really developed the thoughts in the initial manifesto from October 2019. I'll let Steve do the settlement bit. I think you've made some really relevant points on the social care levy. We don't know if it will continue. If the government were to do a serious review of local government funding, then it might move on. But it's a mechanism to put more the balance of funding more onto the local area and less onto national taxation. It's almost the government's choice to do it that way. So I'll let Steve come in on those two financial points.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. So the settlement came in on the 17th of December, which was after the Cabinet had already met to agree the draft proposals. There's kind of 6 bullets really that I just wanted to mention on the settlement. First of all, it's a 1-year settlement. We were growingly aware of that coming down the line. It's not how we like to see things. We like to see things on a 3 or 4 year medium-term financial strategy that allows us to do more long-term planning. The government are aware of that. Our colleagues in MHCLG are aware of that. But I think we can all recognise with the pandemic the reason why we had a 1-year settlement. On the council tax, so the change was a little bit. We were expecting 3% council tax flexibility and 2% social care levy, and it came in at 2% council tax flexibility and 3% social care levy. So that's just meant a little bit of changing. It doesn't affect the overall numbers that we were planning for and where the money was going. It just affects the split a little bit. And I think they're good observations, those, Councillor Robinson, on the impact of the levy. But as Pete says, that's a national financing issue. There was announcement of a social care grant, which was 300 million for the country. Under normal circumstances, we would be normally expecting 1% of any national figure. So you might be thinking, well, we'd be getting 3 million out of that social care grant. We were made aware before the numbers came out that there was going to be some adjustment for upper tier authorities' ability to raise council tax. And so basically this is a whole gearing effect. And if you get more money from council tax and less money from revenue support grant, then you would get a greater shift of that council tax, of that social care grant. So we ended up getting 1.8 million for that out from that social care grant. And that's for adults and children's. Unfortunately, what they did to fund that social care grant was they took some money from the new homes bonus. So we got with one hand and we lost on the other hand. So we lost 500,000 in our assumptions on new homes bonus. So we've ended up with a net increase of 1.3 million. That 1.3 million will be split between 500,000 on going into adults to remove one of the savings that's in adults. I think there's one in there that says 520 that's additional adult savings, which to be fair was a balancing figure that we'd add in adults, and we couldn't get, we were hoping to get the detail behind it and we couldn't, so we're going to remove that. We're going to put another 500,000 into placements, into covering the placements cost, and then 280,000 into the inflation contingency that we use to fund the inflationary contracts costs that Pete was talking about on adults and children's, that will get reallocated through to adults and children's eventually once we've got all the contractual increases through. So we're splitting that money across. A couple of other updates that came through at the same time. We got a roll forward position on the Improve Better Care Fund, so what we call the IBCF, and the public health grant has been, we've been told it's the same figure as for last year, although we've not actually seen the grant allocation. We normally like to see it individually in writing before we dot that I. And then quite obviously the delay of the fair funding review and the revisions to the business rates system have been delayed until 22-23 at the earliest. And I do think we will need to get engaged in some of those discussions, because they are fundamental changes to the way that local government is going to be financed towards the medium term. So again, we need to think about those issues ongoing. So that was probably as much as I wanted to say on the settlement, if that's okay.
Okay, well, thanks for that. It's very complicated, so quite difficult to follow.
Yeah, and we will include a report.
You explained it, but
We will include an update in the revised report that'll be considered to Cabinet later on.
We haven't got much left of this session, so we've got some more people wanting to ask questions.
So we've got Leslie, Ian, Paul and Kate. So it's Leslie next.
Thank you, everybody, and good morning and Happy New Year. Yes, thank you for mentioning the public health figure, Steve, because it's one of the areas I'm concerned about, particularly when it comes to the effects of COVID and long COVID, which is to some extent still relatively unknown. But I suspect it is going to impinge on the budget. And I wondered whether or not there had been any mitigation for that in any of the thinking.
Like Pete was saying, that we've used, we know we've got 11.5 million extra cost. On top of that, the specific grants for public health to contain an outbreak management fund, which has been rolling throughout 21-22. We know we can carry forward some of that money. So currently that's around 6.5 million that we've received in the current year for assistance with public health issues and containment and outbreak management. And we've had things on test and trace grant in year. I've been very encouraged by the direct support that government have been putting in for specific activities in and around public health. So I do think if there is a specific cost that we are starting to incur in 21-22 related to public health, that we will be able to go and have a conversation with government and at a national level, and they will listen. I've been very encouraged by that support that we've been getting.
I think it's a good point, though, around we have older people usually in our population with multiple challenges, and I think long COVID could be an additional challenge to add to that list, which may put a further burden on the fragility of adult social care. So what we see in adult social care is we've got a relatively stable number of people who we support, but the complexity of their needs goes up every year, and hence the level of our support goes up. And I wouldn't rule out long COVID being a further factor in that.
Just say thank you for that, and in all that too is the horrendous effects of isolation. So which is all part of it. So thank you. But is it something we could please keep an eye on?
Can we move
It's
on to...
Ian next, Sean. It's Ian.
No, I'd like to give Paul the opportunity to speak next. He is the leader of our opposition group, after all. So could Paul ask next?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ian. Happy New Year, everybody. Yes, I wanted to address some questions to Richard. Richard, first of all, I'm not sure why the leader of the council isn't here. It doesn't seem to be obvious to me. I'm in a meeting with him later, so perhaps you could explain that. Or maybe, as the rumours have been swirling around all for the last 6 months, maybe you're about to take over, Richard. Perhaps you could confirm why he isn't here. But the two questions I wanted to ask you particularly were about, you mentioned you want to build on the COVID Community Help Hub. It's not clear to me how that is going to happen. So perhaps you could explain that, because I think it is a really good thing. And secondly, that the council will lead the COVID economic recovery. Could you again put some flesh around that, please, as to how that's going to happen? Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, the leader, Mark Hawthorne, has other commitments that he had to attend to this morning, and that's why he's not here. You can quash any rumours that you may or may not want to start about any takeover bids, because they're completely unfounded. Going on to the Help Hub. What we were discussing yesterday at a meeting, to make sure that we support our districts effectively so that they can continue to support their communities and use the Help Hub in the most effective way, so that we pick up and identify all the people that need that help and then direct that help into those districts. But the officers will have more detail about how that's going to be run and done. And then the COVID economic recovery. As a council, we see it as our place to make sure that we can support our community businesses and our communities as a whole to recover from COVID, to make sure that those businesses are, able to function effectively in the environments that face us going forward. So once we understand that landscape and we understand the way that the virus rolls out in the county and nationally, we can then start to build up practical ways in which we can make sure this county can return more effectively to the way business can run. So we'll have more detail going forward, but those are the broad strokes that we want to make sure that everyone understands around the council's responsibility and the way it looks at how we're going to bring this county out of the losses that we've faced in our businesses during the last 12 months.
Can I just add to the help bit? If there's one positive out of COVID, is that we've seen a fantastic response from the voluntary and community sector, usually accessed via our districts. So it's just trying to bank that, really, that we don't want to slip back. We want to keep that capacity, which of course doesn't just, in future will be helping issues other than COVID. It might be loneliness among most vulnerable people and things like that. So there won't be many positives from COVID, but that's one I think we're very keen to bank. And I would say we've already invested in economic recovery, such as we put in place a portal for particularly access on the skills front, helping young people into the many channels of support that's available. So it's a partnership with the LEP, but I think it's quite important that we play a significant role, and we probably invest quite significantly in this.
So Sean, it's Ian, then Kate, and Rachel has also put her hand up.
And I think we're going to have to call that. We're going to have to call it an end at that, I'm afraid. So if we're going to move on.
No, it's okay. I'll ask my question later or last if there's time. But I think Rachel should have the chance to speak. Thank you. Thank you.
So it's Kate and Rachel then.
Hello, can you hear me? Right, okay. We've seen the impact of inequality in the starkest of ways over the last year, with death, disease and hunger disproportionately affecting those in the greatest need. How does this budget address those issues?
Well, we have singled it out as one of the issues where we want to tweak the corporate strategy. Steve, can you point to some of the direct financial issues there?
I think what we've been doing, on particularly in the corporate functions as well, is strengthening the support for those areas. And also, not just financially, but we've also been having discussions across the board on the Public Health Director report on inequalities. And there are some resourcing issues in there, not just in the County Council, to be fair, but across all our partners. So we've not necessarily pulled it out as a separate item, because actually inequalities features in all our work, and we are making sure it is in all our work that we are doing. So it isn't a separate line you won't see in the budget, but I'm more than happy to go through and show you separately where we are going to direct the activity.
I think that would be really helpful, because, as you say, it's not just public health where this is a factor, but it is in fact in every part of our budget. From economic growth through to even how we prioritise transport on roads and stuff like that. So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Who's next?
So Sean, that was Rachel next.
And welcome, Rachel. We haven't seen you for a long time.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm subbing for Eva, who was subbing for me. So we're playing leapfrog. So happy new year and good morning, everybody. Thank you for the report and the presentations. Pete, you mentioned just then about the voluntary sector, and I think that's one of the questions I have is the voluntary sector have done a hugely important job supporting most vulnerable in our county. I guess the Help Hub has done a really terrific job in kind of coordinating that to an extent. but I'm aware that the voluntary sector, charity sector, are really, really depleted. Their typical fundraising plans have just, have been really, really tough, with shops closing and, events not being able to take place, that sort of thing. So I'm wondering what the budget, this budget, is able to do to support those voluntary groups and charitable sector in our county that have been doing jobs. That's one question. The other question was just a practical one on when are we expecting the due regard statement? Because I think I haven't seen it, and I think it said it was being prepared. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Rob, you've probably got better insight to this than anybody on that question. Do you want to have a go at both?
Yeah, I'll take the second one first. So on the due regard statement, that will come out with the papers for cabinet. I can't remember the exact publication date, but I'm sure somebody in the room knows. But that's when you'll get sight of the due regard statement. And just to pick up on Kate's earlier point, that is one of the areas where we want to raise our game over the next year. So we'll be looking at bringing some training to try and improve the quality of equality impact assessments. On the point about voluntary sector, it's a point that came up just yesterday on our community resilience cell, which is the group where we in the districts plan the help hub response, and districts in particular are aware of the perilous state of some voluntary sector groups. I mean, in the immediate, what we're looking to do is to try and make sure that resources are available through the grants we're getting for COVID to support the response effort. So that's where the focus is at the moment. So it's not particularly about next year's budget, but it is what we are doing at the moment with the existing COVID monies. But we also know that in the long term, there will be challenges for the stability and sustainability of some of those voluntary groups. We're not at the stage yet where we've brought forward any proposals or plans for that, but it is something that we're acutely aware of. The voluntary sector umbrella organisations are involved in that same meeting. So where there have been kind of immediate concerns, we've been able to address them through that meeting. But longer term, we really need to understand over a bit of a longer period what the impact's going to be and what sort of help is going to be best placed. But as Pete said earlier on, it was very much a joint response with the district councils, because often they're much more closely involved and much better placed to understand what the issues are for their local groups and local sector.
Also,
and can I just, it's interesting that you mentioned the meeting. I just wonder, is there a kind of a ballpark on what the shortfall actually is? I mean, do we have that like as a number?
Can I come in there? I
just
think
quickly, the table in the first paragraph of the briefing note under
Colin, put yourself on mute.
Oh.
Oh dear. I wish you well within the rest of the day. I think there's quite a disconnect between charities who have their shops who have really suffered a loss of income, and the quite small community groups who we've found able to up their game, very much based on volunteers. So I think you've really got to look at the government in terms of funding the sort of national charities, which a lot of the shops we see in the high street are. And I think our game is going to be around those small community groups, which we've seen really respond well over the COVID period. And it's so much in the county's interest to keep those, the groups that are rooted in the local community are so much more powerful than others. It's just it's true community capacity.
I think, Ian, are you saying that you're going to defer your question?
Question later on. We haven't got time there, have we?
No, I think that's right. I would remind everybody that, in fact, Pete will be returning at the end later on this afternoon. So if we've got more questions to ask him, that is the time to do it, I think. So if we may, thank you very much, Pete, and indeed Richard and Stephen and everybody else and Rob who've answered those and for the questions. Do we now have to go into a public session, or is it 10 o'clock? I just want to check that we're doing everything correctly.
No, it's already because it's a committee meeting, so we're already live and we're good to go.
Excellent. So we now move on to the Environment Scrutiny Committee, and indeed welcome Vernon, Nigel, and Patrick, and also Colin, who I think we've just seen Colin anyhow. So welcome. Who's going to lead off on this, please? And I'll leave it to you.
I don't know.
My understanding is that Colin, Colin's going to lead and then basically introduce each of the cabinet members.
Okay, sorry for that confusion. I was waiting for Pete to speak rather than me to speak, sorry. Having already interrupted once this morning, apologies for that. The E&I Directorate delivers a wide range of services which in total has a proposed revenue budget of about 75.2 million. The key movements are set out in Annex 2 of the MTFS paper and comprise of 3.526 million for contracted inflation. So what you're seeing here is that by far the majority of the growth in the coming year, by a long way, is to cover contracted inflation and pay increases. There's a further 500,000 for permanent loss of income due to COVID, which is reclaimable. And then initially anyway, there's a 3.35 million investment for in-house traffic management. That's really what was exposed during COVID. That's to strengthen the in-house team. We could not get the resources we wanted to respond quickly enough, and something we need to build for the future to enable us to be able to provide a service to members on reactive traffic management, cycling, walking, and those sorts of facilities. There's a growth item of 400,000 to strengthen the senior management team. E&I has a particular weakness in terms of its structural strength, again, really exposed during COVID. It literally effectively goes from me as executive director straight down to head of service level with nothing in between at all. So there's no actual reserve capacity in management. Again, that was seriously exposed during COVID. And other than that, the only other two issues is that is a £70,000 one-off for carbon reduction and £67,000 to cover other small items. So but substantially almost all growth is really around contract inflation. The draft budget has been proposed at top level and will not be allocated down to cost centre detail until early February in line with the MTFS process. Therefore, we'll not be able to answer detailed questions regarding the budget today. And we may have to come back to you to provide further detail later once those are bottomed out. Overall for the budget, as I've said, it's around 75 million, of which 20 million goes into highways, 35 million into waste, 11 million into community infrastructure. So you can see where the major expenditure goes in within the budget. I think we can't, in looking forward, we really need to look back because it's been such a traumatic year in terms of everything that's happened. And I would really like to take this opportunity to say that I'm immensely proud in the way that my colleagues in E&I have adapted over the last year, and despite difficulties, have still enabled services to be delivered during the past year. To me, what was really important was that how we collectively pulled together as a team, supporting one another when it got hard, and not forgetting the support received from our business partners in finance, HR, procurement, legal, audit, comms and policy, who worked with us all the way through to achieve a common goal to make a difference and minimise the impact of CV-19 on the community, whilst ensuring the building blocks for the recovery were put in place from which to build a successful future for the county. If going into the initial lockdown was hard, we were to learn later that it was nothing compared to amending and reorganising services to be delivered in the safest possible way for the community as we came out of lockdown. Just a few examples of these include libraries, where we had to redesign services so that libraries were safe to reopen whilst continuing the successful click and collect services which we started during lockdown. Registration, where we cleared nearly 1,700 birth registrations because we were unable to do them during lockdown. So there's a backlog of 1,700 after lockdown. We're now down to around 200 and dealt with over 3,000 rearranged weddings, which after the new lockdown, we've got that coming our way again. ITU arranging for home to school transport for over 5,000 children going back to school in just 2 weeks before September, and arranging for that to happen in bubbles with plus transport for 1,300 special education needs children and 200 social care clients. Not to mention things like arranging the special parking and transport for NH workers whilst administered over £3 million worth of COVID transport. On parking, arranging parking, special parking areas for NHS workers, including the use of Great Western Railway Station car park at Gloucester, and negotiating between the hospitals, bus companies and Great Western Rail to ensure that the reduced services that did connect to shift patterns, that were being rearranged in the hospitals. Arranged for additional parking provision to accommodate home working, whilst ensuring road access could still be maintained in residential areas. Ways to be arranged for the reopening of the HRCs in a controlled and safe manner using booking system. Our education, who throughout the middle of the lockdown undertook a large reorganisation, losing a third of their staff, with all the interviews carried out carried out virtually. However, even with that unsettling effect of the reorganisation, during lockdown devised took many of their courses online while still staying open for those who are most poor and vulnerable in society, to enable them to learn how to use computers and make orders for food and things like that. On the highways front, we adapted quickly to keep the everyday maintenance programme going within the first few weeks of lockdown. We then also took a leading role in developing and implementing the numerous emergency active traffic fund and other measures associated with restoring high street and funding schemes of that type, like Tewkesbury, Bolton on the Water, Cheltenham and Stroud, to enable high streets to open whilst providing improved social distancing, as well as implementing cycle schemes and measures to encourage healthy and alternative forms of transport. However, it wasn't just a response to the pandemic and lockdown that has given me a lot of pride in seeing the team effort in delivering the numerous emergency and recovery responses. There's also been that we haven't taken our eye off the ball and continued to deliver the strategic and everyday work that creates the base for the future and ultimately the counter's recovery. This has ranged from delivery of new policy documents setting the scene for the future, such as the local transport plan, growth strategy, economic recovery strategy, and the award-winning minerals local plan. It also included ensuring that major schemes such as the A40 continue to move forward to programme and actually started on-site in the middle of the lockdown period. Not to mention delivery of major place-changing schemes for the future, such as securing £250 million to the M5 Junction 10 improvements and delivery of the SOBC for Junction 9, all achieved during lockdown, whilst actually fighting on all the other fronts as well. This has been challenged as we continue to deliver our frontline services through our ever-changing environment. However, we have successfully delivered and will strive to continuously to improve, making them fit for purpose in the new COVID environment. The service delivered by ENI Director often attracts a lot of interest. In 2020, there were 378 council and cabinet questions, which was even more amazing because it was only 9 months of the year, because we didn't hold those meetings for 3 months. 66% were allocated of the total council cabinet questions went to ENI. 131 allocated to other council directorates of that number. One person alone in ENI actually took 20 more questions than the whole of the rest of the council put together. Today, each of the cabinet will take you through an overview of the area and commission intentions for the forthcoming year, and you will have a chance to ask questions at the end of each briefing. As stated previously, we will endeavour to answer all questions today, but due to the scope and services delivered by ENI and the virtual format of today's session, it may not be possible to respond to the level of detail expected. Should this occur, I will ensure a robust response is provided within a timely manner following the session. Thank you.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt the proceedings. That was a very long exposition of the achievements of the department this year. I didn't feel it's particularly relevant to the scrutiny of the budget going forward. And in future sessions, can we actually hear from the cabinet members who we are here to scrutinise, rather than at length who are here to assist with answering questions? I feel we have, given that you rushed us through the last session where we had questions, I feel that our time has been rather taken up with a very long.
I think you're speaking too long yourself. I've finished the comment which you're making. Yes, and I think that I'd ask everybody to bear in mind the comment which Kate has just made. So anyhow, is there anybody else wanting to speak on this? Sorry?
Can we hear from the cabinet members first next time, please?
Well, yeah, okay. We've noted your comment, Kate. Is there anybody wishing to speak who are there? We were there when we started this. Who's speaking there on this? There's Vernon, Nigel and Patrick. Is there anybody who wants to add anything before we open up to questions, please? Can I therefore...
Patrick has raised his hand there, Sean.
Sorry?
So Patrick's indicated he wishes to speak.
Fine, Patrick. So do carry on, Patrick.
I think I'm mute, Patrick.
He's not on mute, but we can't hear him. So I think he may be having some technical difficulties there, Patrick, because it doesn't look like he's muted.
Patrick, we'll come back to you.
Sean, I think I should go next. That was the order that
Okay, thank you, Nigel.
We discussed as a group. I'll bear in mind what you've said, Kate, and try and give you an idea of our commissioning intentions for this coming year. But I just wanted to say one or two introductory remarks before I do that. Clearly, COVID's impacted all elements of work delivered across the council, but it does remain essential to plan for a sustainable future. This means avoiding actions in response to the immediate challenges posed by COVID that may later negatively impact our ability to deliver sustainable growth. And this is especially true as we manage our transport network to recover from the impact of COVID, balancing the needs to reduce transport-derived carbon emissions as part of our commitment to be carbon net zero by 2030. Colin has mentioned the revised local transport plan, and I'm bringing that to Cabinet later this month and also to Council next month. So Council will have the opportunity to debate that very important strategy for us. During 2021, we continue to progress the climate change strategy, which does guide all of our priorities for this coming year. And that includes managing the 1 million Climate Change Action Fund, helping to deliver the Gloucestershire Local Nature Partnerships tree strategy, developing importantly our carbon offsetting scheme, and implementing the electric vehicle infrastructure strategy. I believe as an organisation, we have reacted very quickly to climate change. And within the next year, I'm pleased to be able to tell you that we will be a carbon neutral council, one of the first in the country. The planning of places is critical to successful developments and sustainable living. And as an authority, we will continue to work with particularly our district partners and our other partners throughout the county to support the production of long-term growth plans. I mean, one of the balancing acts at the moment, of course, is to deal with the immediate challenges posed by COVID, but not forgetting our need for a longer-term plan so as we get the sustainable growth we all want in the county. I want to just give you some headlines in terms of our commissioning intentions in this coming year. Colin's already referred to the way we try to influence the strategic road network, but also rail investment decisions, including production of the outline business case for M5 Junction 9. We're a key member of the West of England local transport authority in terms of the subnational transport plans, and that includes both rail strategy as well as road investment. We're going to support the review of local plans by the districts, including the joint core strategy, and we need to take a leading role in the challenge and review of community infrastructure and levy policies with the districts. One of the difficulties we've got is that as a top tier authority, we've had a very successful record over the last decade in levering Section 106 contributions, so the whole range of our county council activities. SIL, in a sense, poses a threat to us because clearly SIL is a responsibility of the districts. And it's a question of trying to manage district priorities, which the major one of which, of course, is affordable housing, with our other demands in terms of infrastructure across the county. And that is an issue that is very current at the moment. And we are taking a lead in trying to develop with the districts coherent policies with regard to both Section 106 and the levy. We are leading, of course, on the climate change strategy and delivering a 5-year rolling action plan. I will be able to very shortly to share with you our electric vehicle charging infrastructure strategy. Officers have been working on the procurement of that over the past few months. We're supporting regional rail partnerships to improve rail connectivity in Gloucestershire, and we will also be developing a bus service strategy to manage passenger transport demand during the COVID-19 recovery phase. And one element of that is to provide home-to-school transport for nearly 6,000 children with personalised transport plans to create socially distanced travel bubbles to enable children to return safely to school. We will be delivering walking and cycling initiatives to maximise use, including the School Streets scheme, which we're trialling at the moment. We'll be implementing the Minerals Local Plan Review, which won major awards for its coherent approach to sustainable mineral development. And we are now embarking on a review of the Waste Local Plan this year. We will continue to protect and enhance the county's heritage. We are reviewing the site management contract with Ubico for the operation of the household recycling centres. And I want to just pay a tribute to Ubico for the way in which they've assisted us during the difficulties caused by the pandemic, but ensured that the HRC sites remain open. And we will be developing and supporting the new Gloucestershire Resources and Waste Partnership, which is now chaired by non-GCC councillors. And we've had a very good meeting recently. I think there's a much more involvement now between the districts and the county with regard to the waste partnership and what we will do to try and improve the recycling rate across the county. So I've given you a flavour of my, in terms of my portfolio, my commissioning intentions, but clearly happy now to take any questions from members.
Just thank you very much, Nigel. Just before we do so, I'm very conscious we want to give a lot of time for questions. But Vernon, is there anything which you wanted to say? Briefly? I'll assume that silence means that you don't for the moment. So I think we're now open to questions.
Sean, just to note that Dave Norman is also here with us, some elements under his portfolio as well.
Okay. Well, I think we'll move to questions unless any other cabinet member wants to ask to say anything in the next 5 minutes. Well, let's move to questions then, please.
Patrick's indicating again. I'm not sure whether we can still hear him.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Yeah, excellent. I must apologise. I've got severe technical issues this morning in the forest. It is very foggy, and I think the signal's been overly cautious coming up late. But I'll try my best if you can still hear me. I was just going to say that we all have a little presentation on our own bits. So I was just going to suggest we can either the 4 of us do that together now and then ask questions after, or whether you want to go through each of us individually.
Speak now. If you can speak, just say what. If we give you 5 minutes, and then we can let everybody come into the questions, because I think they'll vary.
Okay. Well, I will be try and be brief and give you a brief outline of my particular cabinet portfolio area and the commission intentions that we've had in this part of the council's business. While we continue to seek service efficiencies, we will invest in initiatives that support the local economy, maintain employment opportunities as we respond to the impacts of COVID-19. This includes supporting the district authorities where required and collaborating with key stakeholders on future funding bids. In the short to medium term, we'll implement the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Plan, which focuses on targeted sectorial support, accelerated broadband rollout, which, as you can see, is essential, certainly for me, broadband rollout to improve the connectivity and ease of trading, and the reorientating of skills for people impacted by job losses resulting from the pandemic. This plan will be further supported by expanding our network of library growth hubs to set up to make business support more simplified and accessible. Alongside this initiative, we will continue to extend our innovation lab model to every district in the county, as well as expanding the use of certain libraries to make our adult education service offer more accessible. This will include providing localized training. In addition, we will continue to meet the needs of our adult learners by delivering outstanding learning, inspiring individuals, and transforming the lives of communities and employers. This will enable adults within Gloucestershire to improve their lives through life-changing education, providing a range of high-quality programmes leading to progressive learning and enhanced employment skills. So our commissioning intentions for the following year are deliver the COVID-19 economic recovery plan, continue to deliver broadband across the county, widen our participation in learning by helping adults to overcome the barriers that prevent them from successfully taking part in learning, provide high quality training support for employers in the county that helps meet their business objectives, ensure that learning opportunities are flexible and responsive to people's needs so that they may participate and achieve their goals, implement operational plans supporting the priorities of Gloucestershire Employment and Skills Board, work with local employers to create new apprenticeships, devise and provide digital skills strategy, building on the strengths of the Gloucestershire economy in terms of the cyber and digital sectors, and work with GFIRST and partners to maximise inward investment in the county and the creation of quality jobs that retain our young people here in the county. I think that's probably all I need to say at the moment, Chair, but I will be very happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much.
Next presentation.
Vernon, I don't know if you want to speak. Is Vernon there?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes.
And if you could also make it very brief, because we are taking too much time on the initial introductions.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I appreciate. Good morning, all. The decision taken during the first wave of the COVID-19 crisis was to continue to progress delivery schemes, and in some cases accelerate. And I would like to emphasise that word accelerate, which I'm very proud of what the teams have done to achieve that. To accelerate, and our ambitious, I do apologise, I can't see the piece that I've written quickly. I'm trying to shorten it. Our ambitious major infrastructure projects portfolio has ensured that the county will benefit from significant inward investment during 21-22. Our expanded major projects team will focus across two different work streams. One team will concentrate on the strategic road network projects, such as the M5 Junction 10, including our core transport hub, and M5 Junction 9, whilst the second team will be directed to large projects on the local network, such as West of Cheltenham Transport Improvement Scheme. They will sit alongside the specialist team on major structures, safety, and geotechnical projects like A46 Coopers Hill, and Lidbrook Bridge, and the structural maintenance team. In addition, we will continue to develop the Highway Skills Academy apprenticeship program by building our CHT award-winning collaboration model with partners to both improve services and achieve maximum efficiency. Climate change predictions suggest incidents of flooding will become more frequent, and predictions also suggest climate change will mean the UK will experience hotter, drier summers and warmer, wetter winters, alongside more extreme weather events with floods. Storms and heat waves are greater severity and frequency, and it is essential that we deliver a resilient transport network. Since the devastating floods of 2007, the County Council has consistently spent more than the agreed minimum of 2.1 million per annum on flood alleviation measures throughout the county. In the 14 years that have passed, 72.8 million has been spent on protecting the county's residents and businesses from flooding. Locations of the most recent December 2020 flood incidents are currently being recorded with a view to focusing on future investments. Commissioning intentions for 21-22, complete the delivery of the 150 million highways improvements pledge, continue to deal proactively with ash dieback across the network, and implement the corresponding tree planting strategy. Completion of the Gloucestershire Southwest bypass, deliver major transport projects to enable economic growth, including M5 Junction 10 and the wide-ranging capital portfolio, including bridge and geotechnical schemes, as well as projects to support district councils across Gloucestershire. Continue to support Highways England in the delivery of the 8417 Missing Link scheme. Ensure cyberpark transport schemes are delivered to time and to budget. Deliver major travel schemes to facilitate the use of cycling when accessing key services and employment opportunities, including the Cheltenham to Gloucester cycle route. Upgrade the existing urban traffic control systems for Cheltenham and Gloucester. Continue to maintain and operate the highway and public rights-of-way networks effectively and efficiently. Continue to work in partnership with the Environment Agency and invest in flood alleviation schemes and measures throughout the county. I do apologise, Chairman, for taking time, but it is such an extensive programme of works going out there, an enormous delivery programme, and I'd just like to put on record my thanks to the continuing dedication, professionalism of the men and women working in Gloucestershire highways throughout this pandemic, delivering that 150 investment into your highways.
Vernon. So it's now open to questions.
So Sean, in terms of members who have indicated, I've got Nigel Robbins, John Caldwell, Leslie Williams, Rachel Smith, Kate Hay,
So let's
and Paul Hodgkinson.
Start off, please.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Sean. It's really rather depressing listen to this series of banal statements of vision and aims, which we all know about. We're thoroughly familiar with these aims and purposes. It sounds more like, this whole thing for the last hour sounded more like some kind of immature public speaking seminar. And when Steve Mawson says we want practical suggestions and ideas, that's all been smothered by these silly statements. I'm glad that in a practical sense, I'm glad that the school transport overspend has been met or is being met by the additional funding that we're obtaining. That's really good. I think it was at the last cabinet meeting I threw in a suggestion that we should look at another way of funding school transport, particularly for the vulnerable, disadvantaged youngsters, because it seems every year we get outflanked by increases of costs. Now, COVID is special, of course it is, and difficult, and the money we've received so far in that has not been really fit for purpose for the expenditure. But this has been a year, in fact, a couple of years, when oil prices have been at all-time low, and yet costs still go up, leaving aside COVID. We're very much in the hands of the providers, the taxi and cab firms. It's an area that we can't really control. So I'm suggesting we look seriously at another proposal. It's all very well criticising people for suggesting ways of employing new people. There seems to be an amount of nervousness about employing people on proper contracts. But I see Colin Chick reckons that they've got some management deficiencies which will require employing people on permanent contracts. I think we should look at running our own service, at starting a school transport service, particularly for the most vulnerable, for the people who are currently picked up by taxi and cab firms. The advantages would be that we could establish an all-electric fleet. We would have immense flexibility. We could provide specialized training for the operators, for the drivers, in terms of handling vulnerable children and adults. We could give safeguarding training that was up to date and purposeful. And we would get tremendous flexibility. And I suspect we would control costs in the short and the long, well, in the long run, most certainly. So that's a suggestion I have. And I would like people to comment on that, please. Thank you.
Well, Nigel, should I comment first? And I think Colin would probably like to comment as well. But the Chief Executive has already indicated, Nigel, that he's willing to, in confidence, consider proposals such as this, and also to assist you in the budget implications of those. So can I suggest that that's a suggestion that you like to put to the Chief Exec?
Certainly, I think that's Yeah,
I certainly see where you're coming from. As you say, it's disappointing that the reductions in the oil price have not really communicated themselves in terms of our tendering and the costs we have to meet in terms of school transport. So certainly, you're right that we need to look at this in a wider perspective.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sure the chief executive will want to look at that with the directors.
Shall we leave that one there, and we could move on to the next? Who's next, Stephen?
So John Corber.
John.
Yeah, thank you. I joined slightly late this morning because my wife and I had our COVID injections. So the vaccine, not the COVID itself. On page 80 of the papers, we've got the infrastructure. So we've got the environmental infrastructure budget, and it mentions road safety as a cost increase penalty item there. That's the only mention I can find in any of the papers of road safety, despite the cabinet panel which has recently completed its work. And the one here says in-house traffic management, and in brackets walking, cycling, bus priorities and road safety urban traffic work. I just wanted to know really what that meant, the bus priorities and road safety urban traffic work. Is that all one item? Does it mean that the only road safety work we're looking at is in urban areas? Thank you.
Chairman, let me answer that, because John has made a direct reference to the cabinet panel on which he was a member, and he quite rightly said that the work of that panel was only completed in the earlier part of this week, and the final draft document has gone to members of the panel, so John will have received that. It would be inappropriate for me to have made any assumptions in respect of a road safety budget in the coming year, because the recommendations have got to go through scrutiny at the end of this month and then on through cabinet. Now, I would expect that there will be a requirement for some funding to boost the road safety budget that already exists within the authority, but I can't go round at this stage and say how much that will be. I don't believe it will be a massive amount of money. I believe it will be something that can be funded in year from budgets of both highways that have a responsibility, the fire and rescue service that have a responsibility, and one would hope that partner organisations who are very keen to be involved would actually get involved in that funding process. So, John, I can't say any more than that, but clearly I expect there will be some financial implications moving forward.
Thank you for that. It's the other bit as well about what the item means on page 80 of today's papers, the in-house traffic management stuff and bus priorities and road safety in urban traffic.
Either Nigel or Colin will have to take that one.
Thank you.
Colin, do you want to better explain that, basically that budget item?
So, my sister's just dropped out and I've only just got back. I didn't hear the question. Sorry.
Right, shall I come again then? On page 80 of today's papers, at the budget changes, the penultimate item says in-house traffic management, then in brackets, walking, comma, cycling, comma, bus priorities and road safety urban traffic work. I just want an explanation of bus priorities and road safety urban traffic work. Is that all one item? Does it mean that we're only talking about urban road safety issues? Can you help me?
Sure. I think this refers to the growth. Sorry, I think this refers to the growth item that I mentioned earlier, which is the additional £350,000 approximately for all those areas. What it reflects is the creation of a small traffic management team that can deal with members' inquiries to things like the small type traffic stuff like zebra crossings, pelican crossings, the sort of general traffic management stuff in an urban area, walking, cycling, localised bus priority, that sort of traffic management type work, which up till now, every time we want to do it, we have to write a brief out that goes to Atkins, who then come back with a costed plan, and it reduces the amount of the ability to be responsive, but also we seem to pay, I think, an extortionate amount of money for those small schemes because they still want to make their level of profit on that sort of work. At the same time, it means we're not responsive to members' wishes. We can't reply quickly to simple questions on traffic management without going to because we haven't got that strength or depth of experience within the division. And that really, I think that really showed itself during the COVID, the lockdown, where we was having to do emergency active traffic management work around the county to assist all the districts. Whether it's widening the footways or anything that was responsive to try and assist walking and cycling. And we went to Atkins; they couldn't even provide anyone for us. And we was going out to the market and trying to buy a bit of time here, a bit of time there from different consultants. So what we put forward is I think long term it will save the council money, but it certainly makes us more responsive to these sorts of needs. That we can actually develop a small in-house team, probably only 3 or 4 staff initially. That be a team leader, and a couple of senior engineers and a couple of assistant engineers, then maybe 3 or 4 apprentices, because those skills are just don't exist anymore, and build those skills up within the county so that we are able to deal with that type of work in the future in a much more responsive and I think more efficient and financially conducive way of dealing with that work in the future.
Thank you. Do you have any more questions, John?
Well, I just say thanks to Colin, and I missed his presentation at the start. As I explained, I was away having a COVID injection and vaccine injection.
Good.
Thanks very much for that.
Thank you. Who's next, Stephen?
So it's Leslie Williams.
Thank you very much. The first thing is, I would put in a plea, please, Chair, that we don't feel all the time we're being rushed to get through this. This is an important meeting. We should be able to ask questions without feeling that we've got to be hurried up. And if something crops up and people want to come back, they should be allowed to. So it's probably one of the most important meetings of the year. And I do urge you, please, to be a bit more flexible in your approach to how this is managed. The other thing I would like to say...
Leslie, what I'm trying to do is to stick to the timetable. I think there were some things we will ask cabinet members and indeed officers to be able to maybe reduce the amount of time they're spending, which I'm quite happy to do for the remainder items on the agenda. And I'd also ask members themselves to be as brief as they can in their questions. So I'm very conscious that it's a very important meeting, but I'm also very conscious that there's a lot to cover in the day. I'm not going to say anything more.
And I don't think there is one person here who doesn't appreciate any of that. But the other thing I would say about the scrutiny is that we aren't hearing from our portfolio members how the changes in budget might be affecting things. I mean, we did hear that one of the reasons for cost pressure is that contracts are getting more expensive. But to be able to actually see or hear where there are cost changes which will affect services would be helpful. Anyway, so I would just make those points because there have been occasions in the past, and I think this is a good way of handling this, but we must be allowed to really understand where there are cost pressures and where that might affect services that are essential to the community. Right. So my question is about flooding. The Wednesday before Christmas, we had heavy rain in the county, and some parts were flooded. I had flooding in my particular area. So first of all, do we still put 1% of the budget into flooding alleviation, which went in after the 2007 floods? Is there going to be a review of what happened on that on the Wednesday before Christmas? And can we possibly please factor in publicising to all members a handy sheet, because this is an expense, of where we would go to get support if needed? Because I could not find for sandbags. Thank you very much, Vernon, for your intervention. And information like that, when it's an emergency, is absolutely crucial. So is there going to be a review of what happened the Wednesday before Christmas?
Yeah, I'm happy to take that, Chair, if that's okay. Yeah, thank you, Leslie, for the question. Yeah, first of all, to answer your question, yes, obviously we are doing a study with all our district officers as well as the flood alleviation team, which I would say, again, on record, really stood up to the plate with the recent storm Bella that we had and the flooding on through 23rd and over Christmas. Yes, obviously with flood alleviation, you ask, is that, yeah, it's always in the budget, is, as I said in my opening address, 2.1 million, which continues to go forward. We continue to look for flood alleviation schemes. And as I said, to date, working with stakeholders, we've spent around the county 72.8 million on flood alleviation works. But obviously there's more to be done. And we always need to be focused on looking at things that we can do that'll improve, protect homes and properties from flooding. So we are doing a scrutiny down on the various issues. Unfortunately, I know in the Chaseley area, we had 17 properties flooding there because of a pump that went down, which tragically was a real issue for there. And I know Councillor Alford in that area has done, and I'd like to say thank you, Phil, if you're here. You know, the amount of work he's been putting in with residents. GCC have been backing up around the county with it. So yeah, it is in the budget. It is going to be reviewed, and as I say, we will get back to you on the local issues, Leslie. As to sandbags, just looking at the question you're asking, as to sandbags, obviously we will look at districts. Districts were are the main suppliers of that. The county council did step up, and a lot of our highways teams were out and about carrying out works. I'm working with the fire department, so I think again, you know, they've done a fantastic job working in team with the fire service. But sandbags is an issue that there seems to be a shortage, and we need to talk to districts on that one, and that will also come out in the sorry for the pun, wash-up that'll come out from the wash-up meetings that'll come out from what's just happened, and we will always learn more, and we'll try to progress it further. And obviously, we'll keep you in touch, Leslie.
Chairman, can I, Leslie, can I just say
thank you very much. But is the 1% perpetually in the budget to go into flood alleviation work?
Well, Leslie, can I just add to what Vernon has said in terms of your questions regarding resources? I mean, we have spent in the last 14 years, we've spent nearly 73 million on flood alleviation. So I think that demonstrates the commitment of this council to that. I mean, in my own division, the Morton alleviation scheme, which has helped enormously last few weeks, was over $1 million.
Yes, no, thank you both of you for that. It's just that I think that it probably does need to be revisiting, because I guess some areas didn't work, and I was well aware of how much money's gone into it. So my first question is, are you going to have a wash up after the Wednesday before Christmas, which sounds if you are? Is the 1% always in the budget to go towards flood alleviation work year on year? And anything else we can talk about which is parochial, we can take in another way.
Yeah, thank you, Leslie. I thought I'd answer that. Yeah, it is, as Nigel said, 72.8 million that we've spent. Yes, there's 2.1 million, the flood levy, which is in the budget and continues. And yes, we will do a deep dive. Sorry for the use of that word. We will be looking at all the reactions and actions of the fire brigade in GCC and the districts, and see how we can improve that service. And we will continue through the flood alleviation team, James Blockley and the team there will continue to look at further schemes moving forward to deliver. For For example, I would use like what we delivered last year was the 2.3 million at Wadden in Cheltenham. Now that scheme protected 500 properties that hadn't been there and would have flooded on a regular basis with such heights. We are looking at the heights at the moment, and I can't say the team is looking at what the flood height was. But there again, a 2.5 million protected flood alleviation scheme that we delivered last year in partnership, yes, with the Environment Agency. Fantastic scheme. I visited it 2 or 3 times under construction. Protected 500 properties in Cheltenham from flooding. So, you know, but there is always more to be done, and I appreciate your question, Leslie. Thank you.
Who is next, Stephen, please?
Rachel Smith next.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Yeah, I had questions on flooding as well. So just to be clear, it's £1 million in the budget for flooding going forward. I know there's 72 million, great, wonderful, but I'm just wondering what's going forward. And particularly, and yeah, I don't want to be parochial particularly, but you know, I think the way in which we're seeing flooding, it's also about surface water and about drainage. And I don't know if kind of things like gully clearances, is that a separate budget line from flood alleviation? Because I think a lot of that is really important. And we see, you know, Minchinhampton hundreds of feet above sea level gets flooded because the water just doesn't have anywhere to go, and like Nailsworth as well. So I think they had real problems, particularly for lots of business owners right after the last one of the lockdowns when they opened again. Their shops were instantly flooded. So I think there's some really important stuff around surface water and slow the flow, particularly in the kind of Stroud area where we've got this kind of geography with water rushing downhill. So it would be great if, while we're in the suggesting mode, if when you have those conversations, Vernon, that sort of area is really looked at carefully as well. So that was one area. The other thing is just on. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, obviously, your local knowledge is most useful as well. You know, to feed into the flood alleviation team, the events that you're talking about recently, and James and the team will certainly liaise with you, pick up all the relevant information so we can look at how to move that forward. Yeah, just to be clear with the budget, and I'm sorry, it's probably because of Zooms in the way we are. The budget levy is 2.1 million, which is always in the budget, okay, which is always there. But what I would add as well is you have to remember that money, that budget is even higher if you take into account the major schemes. So if you take into all the major schemes, and then you've got the development schemes where you're carrying out drainage works on improvement. There is a vast programme of works that you need to look across with the drainage, with the highways department, as well as that flood levy. But that flood levy is there, and that is ring fenced in the budget. It's 2.1 million, and it continues to be. And I think it's fantastic what we've done since 2007 as a county council, and that has been able to keep delivering that. Flood schemes like Cheltenham, the Chouts, where we did all that work with the Environment Agency, Horsebury Book, you know, there's so many you could name. I just mentioned the Cheltenham, dredging, desilting in the Tewkesbury area, the flood alleviation works that we've carried out. Near Dodswell, I can't think of that one off the top of my head, but that is all that 72.8 million working with stakeholders. So yes, proud of what we've done. Yes, we need to do more, and we need to be mindful. And just to let you know that your local issues, Rachel, certainly feed into the flood alleviation team, and we will look at it for the budget for this year for flood alleviation works that we'll be carrying out in the future.
Chair, could I just come in to answer one of Rachel's comments there, which the gully cleansing and clearance and maintenance is revenue in addition to all of that as well. That's not included within that 2.1 million. So that's additional on top of that, plus the capital. So there's a lot more than just that basic 2.1.
Colin, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I did just have. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I did just have a couple of other questions. Sorry, I've lost my thread. Contract inflation, and slightly in relation to what Councillor Robbins suggested about electric vehicle fleet and trying to take a little bit more control over school transport. I think that's a fantastic idea. I think, yeah, I'm just curious about this 3 million in contract inflation. Which is that a kind of lots and lots and lots of different contracts, or what is happening? Can somebody explain the breakdown a little bit? Because I don't think we've got any more detail than that 3 million. That's one question. And the other one is, there's a loss of parking revenue of about 6.5%, I think, which is predicted. And I wonder what impact that's having on, I know there was a plan to build a multi-storey car park at the Quays site. I don't know where that's at all with COVID, and whether that business plan has been affected by this at all. But yeah, so that loss of parking and contract inflation is my two questions.
Rachel, I'll have a go at the parking one for you. The issue in respect of parking revenue, parking income, you will understand that over the last 9-12 months, there actually has been a drop off in the amount of money that we've gained from that. But any income that's gained from parking, from the revenue from parking, is reinvested in the highways. I'm not going to make a comment because I don't know the answer to the multi-storey car park. But obviously off-road parking is the responsibility of district authorities, and on-street parking is the responsibility of the county council. I think we're sticking our finger in the air in respect of income from parking moving forward. How long is lockdown 3 going to last? Who knows? Clearly, more and more people are going to be working at home. More and more people seem to be shopping online. So I guess there's going to be less income moving forward in respect to parking.
Shall I answer Rachel's part about the contract inflation? The contract inflation includes all of our contracts. So that's highways, street lighting, structural maintenance, resurfacing, the integrated transport budget, which we've just spoken about, all the different contracts with the providers, both taxis, buses, minibuses. It includes all the waste, street lighting I mentioned. So it's basically all the contracts that we, probably 90% of our provision 15 years ago was substantially externalised within E&I. So almost all of our services are actually contract provided. So hence why you end up with such a large figure on the contract. But it's almost everything that E&I does right across the board. We're locked into
Thank
contract.
you. Thank you. Is it possible to get more of a breakdown of
Yeah, Rachel, I could
Thank you very much.
Sorry. Highways alone is 1.2 million. So yeah, there is a breakdown in the budget, but highways I know is 1.2 million alone.
Are we able to move on? Stephen,
so it's Kate Haig next.
Kate?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to explore some of the issues on page 53 or 55, depending which number you're using, around the library registration service. There's the first point is about developing a new library strategy, and obviously from an economic growth perspective, so I'd like to hear Patrick's thoughts. There's a great deal of reliance on using libraries to drive economic growth, and I think that's really important. But also, we know that our strategy over the past few years as a council has been really a drawing back of and a narrowing of the library service itself. And I think that we've seen, during this pandemic, how much libraries have been missed. So how do we balance those things? Are we going to be putting more services into libraries, therefore we can have longer opening hours, more staff, and a greater, developing jobs and developing skills and education in the community? That's going to be really critical going forward. So what's this strategy going to look like? Is Is there going to be more money and investment going into libraries, which I would really welcome, or is it going to be trying to nail these things onto an already fairly depleted and stretched service?
Okay, Kate, I'll have a go at that as a person responsible for libraries and registration services. It is clearly that. It is a new strategy, a 5-year strategy moving forward. It's something that we are discussing at the minute, how we can utilise libraries better, how there can be more schemes put into libraries, how there can be more services offered from libraries. And the fact that we have got 31 libraries operational across the county, I think is a really, a good challenge that we've managed to develop over the last few years. And the changes in libraries, in my time, in the 2 years that I've had this responsibility, has been absolutely amazing. The fact that innovation labs, innovation points, working with growth hubs, all that is how the libraries have changed. But we must remember that there are still a large number of people who like to use libraries for browsing. Now, unfortunately, COVID had to stop that, but we were still able to provide, and I'm immensely proud of the work that we did by providing opportunities for people to click and collect. We even delivered books to those people that couldn't get out. So clearly my interest will always be that the service that we have, where it can be enhanced, should be enhanced. And I'm looking as far as I can in consultation with the head of the library service to ensure that the county is well served, one would even hope better served, from a community resource that has got unbelievable opportunity moving forward. We rely on volunteers. There is a little bit of concern about some of our volunteers being senior in years, and maybe they might not be able to return because of COVID and their concerns until we've all been jabbed in the arm. But I want to see the service develop without a shadow of a doubt.
Rob Aycliffe, you're online.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I would quite like to hear from Patrick about what that means for growth hubs. But before Dave goes off, I'm also really interested in the scheduled marriage system and the Law Commission consultation on wedding law. But I would like to take that offline with him if there's an opportunity, please, to see what our response to that consultation is, because I think it's really important that we have a marriage system that is fit for the 21st century and not the 16th.
Yeah, clearly that should go offline, and I would suggest, Kate, that you write directly into Jane Everest, copying me in, and if we want to set up a meeting to discuss that, I'm sure we can do.
Had my hand up for some time, please, Sean.
Shall I come in on the economy side first? Sorry, Sean's disappeared off my screen.
If you could please, Patrick.
Shall I? I'll just go. Okay. Yeah, I think, Kate, you've hit on a really important part, I think, in some respects. The use of the libraries for things like, the growth hub at the library and certainly the innovation labs is a fantastic way of making libraries a real community resource and expanding the range of services, which can only help support the libraries in the long term as well. So I think by bringing in these resources to these local areas in the local libraries is brilliant. The Innovation Lab we set up in Colford has been a fantastic success. It's providing some incredible opportunities for youngsters and people looking to expand their skill range and testings. And I think that, again, is a great resource on a very local level to really help the economy. So I think from our point of view, it's a brilliant use of resources to combine two things, the library services with these expanded opportunities for the community. And I think this is the way that we can help support both elements and get the maximum use out of the resource that we have.
Thank you, Patrick. I just want to come back, Stephen. We've got Nigel saying that he wants to come back and ask. Who else is asking?
So I've got 7 members on the list. Paul Hodgkinson is next. Then I've got Nigel Robbins, Brian Robinson, Bernie Fisher, Stephen Hurst, Steve Robinson, and Ray Fielderly.
Okay, so
With respect, Chair, I've had my hand up for the last 40 minutes and Stephen's not mentioned me in that list.
Well, so okay. I'm not seeing it on my screen, Phil, so apologies for that. I'm not seeing it, but I'll add you to that list.
Okay. So we'll also put you on there. So who's next, Stephen?
So it's Paul Hodgkinson.
And if we can keep it fairly short, please. I know that that you all want to speak, but let's try and keep things short and to the point. I think there's too much grandstanding going on, I think, to a certain extent.
Thank you, Sean. Yes, I will keep it to the point. I'm actually addressing this to Patrick. I think he's still here. I can't see him on my screen, but then there's so many people on the screen, aren't there? I think he's here. Patrick, you mentioned in your speech about broadband, so that's really, really important, especially for home working and for home shopping, etc. I know your broadband is often difficult in the forest. What can you give us a figure as to what percentage of homes have been connected to superfast broadband? In other words, what percentage of homes or how many homes are outstanding now across Gloucestershire?
We've done remarkably well. We've done about 97-98% of homes across the county. We are concentrating now on that last few percent. And as you've seen today, I am one of those last few percent. In fact, they're actually digging the trenches from one side and the other side of where I live, and hopefully they'll meet me in the middle at some stage. Actually, I am on the list for the start of this quarter and into next year. I've been involved with superfast broadband projects since its very beginning, when I was the leader of the district council, and we set this project off 10 years ago. We realised then how...
Patrick, we did ask for a quick response, rather.
Okay, sorry, Chair. Yeah, superfast broadband is going to be essential. I think the pandemic has highlighted that. And we are doing everything we possibly can now to get that last 3% connected.
Who's next?
So Nigel Robbins.
I think it's me. Sean. Thanks. I want to go back to the question of flood alleviation. I'm sorry to prick Vernon's bubble, but I think 72.8 million is really insufficient over a period of 14 years. I'm pleased that Morton has had its bunds and some protection against floods. I'd like to ask two questions. One is, what proportion of that 72.8 million has been spent on Cirencester, Siddington and South Cerney together? That's my first question. That's capable of a factual answer. The second one is, at what point is James or any representative from GCC going to convene or start a project to provide better attenuation of the River Churn above Cirencester and thus alleviate or indeed avert the terrible flooding that we had this year? We had bad flooding in 2013. And there have been since then a whole series of meetings, which I've attended on behalf of Cirencester Town Council, between Thames Water, the Environment Agency, the district, and occasionally GCC. James has attended some of those meetings. And we've been looking to the county to provide a spearhead, not necessarily huge amounts of funding, but something to get this off the ground. And it hasn't happened. So we're looking for direction, please, from the county to make sure that what we experienced this year, which was really unfortunate because it happened right over Christmas, lots of people lost power because of flooding substations. It was really unpleasant and very difficult for everybody. And we want you to take the lead, please, in bringing these people together. They have been working together quite well until it comes to the crisis. And then they start blaming each other, which is the old familiar story. 72.8 million is quite insufficient, given that we are facing rising sea levels, lots of housing estates, new housing estates being built on or near floodplains, and of course, much heavier rain than we've experienced in the past because of rising levels of CO2. It really is very serious. Cirencester and the area have been neglected. Please attend to it.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, there's always more needs to be done, and I totally agree with that one. But I do take a little bit of concern that you think that little has been done in your area. I know for a while that I used to chair with the Cotswold District Council, a flood alleviation group, and Chair, I'm sure you can tell me what the details were on that one, but I remember we did a lot of work in the Churn Valley, and the flood alleviation team did do a number of schemes out there. I can't tell you off the top of my head particularly which ones there were, but there was a lot of work done in that area, and we will continue to do work. I would also say on the 72.8 million, yes, we can always do more, and we will continue to move forward, Nigel. I agree on that one. But if you look in relation to nationwide, Gloucestershire County Council and the flood alleviation team are held in high respect with all flood authorities when I go meeting flood ministers and around the country before we had lockdowns and pandemics. In Gloucestershire, we're always held is a prime example of the way to deliver flood alleviation schemes. That is why I'm very proud of the flood alleviation team. A lot of counties, for example, have one officer for the whole county. Yeah, I understand that, and I will get you the details. We will have to come back to you on the split of the spend of the 72 million needed to lobby. On the 72 million to give a split, I can't do that off the top of my head here today, but I'm sure we'll get the facts and figures to you moving forward. But
thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, Chair. I do apologise.
Can I just respond very quickly to that? No, I don't expect an immediate response to the breakdown. The only scheme that I know for sure over that period of time that the county put money into was a fairly modest scheme on the Daglingworth stream, which is a very minor thing, a flood attenuation project there, or a study, I believe. That's the only thing that I know that they actually put any cash into. And that's what I'm talking about.
I'll just correct that, and I'd like to move on to the next question. In fact, they did put quite a lot of money into various attenuation schemes, of which indeed the Daglingworth scheme was the main one. I can't remember the exact sum. Anyhow, let's move on to the next question, please.
So it's Brian Robinson.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, 3 points I'd like to pick up on. One is flooding, where I've been listening to what's been said. I think the work that we do after flooding events is obviously well detailed, but what seems to be the cause of most concern, and I don't think the community necessarily share the view that we've got of our flooding response that might be shared by other councils. What seems to be the case is that when we have a flood event, and a flood's going to occur anywhere, we don't have a response, a plan that works. So we're left with where would we get sandbags from? Well, we ought to know that before a flood event. And the fact that we're going to go talk to districts, we're going to talk to parishes, the plan should be there. And I think the county council is the lead.
Brian, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're talking about budgets at the moment, and we've gone right off the subject as far as I can see. They're important points you're making, but can we stick to the budget?
Right. Well, I suppose my point on this point on the budget is what are we doing extra and what funding are we putting in to ensure that our planning works for flood alleviation, as opposed to just doing attenuation schemes afterwards. My second point, I wanted to go back to Patrick. We are talking about the broadband point that was made just now. My question to Patrick is, what are we doing in the budget? What extra are we putting into the budget to make sure the 2% that are not connected will be connected in the next 12 months? That's about, I think, 800 homes in the Forest of Dean. Community like Churcham, not even in the plan at the moment. So as a result of COVID, which we're all saying we're going to respond to, what are we doing about making sure that that 2% is connected in the next 12 months? Where's funding in the budget to make sure that happens? And I'll stay on the same point and go across to education. Patrick did say that we're going to be delivering life-changing education for adults. We're going to be doing this in response to COVID as well. So where in the budget is the additional funding that's going to give life-changing education to the people in Lydney and Cinderford, where quite a few people need some help in getting new jobs? So it's the budget changes I'm looking for. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Chair, if I do the flooding one first, if that's okay. Yeah, thanks, Brian. Yeah, obviously, I think here in Gloucestershire we run a Gold Command, which is the Fire Brigade, Gloucestershire Highways, Environment Agency, police, various stakeholders. So that is a liaison to major flood events, and I think that works very well linked to our comms team. So there are always ways we can improve that, and I'd be interested to hear in detail out of the meeting what you thought we could do to improve that. I think that does work very well. What I would say very quickly on sandbags, that obviously that's a district issue, and again, if there are issues that you've had in your area, please let the flood alleviation team know, and we will take that up with the districts.
So yeah, ready, Jed? Couple of things. I think the first one was broadband. To be honest, money isn't the issue with connecting the rest of the 3% around all of Gloucestershire. The money is in the budget. It's been there for a while. It hasn't changed. What our position with broadband is to plug the gaps. So what we're doing is working with the providers and finding the areas. You're absolutely right. Churcham is one of those particularly difficult areas, but we are actually working there at the moment with another scheme to try and get a grant function between the residents rather than the businesses, which we were trying to do before. So actually the drag on delivering broadband is actually down to the physical nature of the installation of the architecture, you know, digging the verges. We can only dig so many roads at a time in an area. And it's actually putting that infrastructure in and tying up those details, which is where the drag is. We are trying to push, as you said, the pandemic has highlighted the importance of super fast broadband. And certainly now that we're in lockdown, the schools are shut again, then it becomes even more important. So we are doing everything we possibly can to speed that process up and plug all those gaps. But it's not money that is the issue.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Patrick. Your next point.
Adult education. Again, the budget is that adult ed is actually grant funded. As you know, it's in the budget there. We did have an issue with adult education over the last few years, and we were in the middle of a reorganization as the pandemic struck. We have actually managed to get through that reorganization. We've done all the interviews online and all the rest of it, and we have upped our online provision in actually quite a fantastic way for adult education. So what we can do, and we think that's going to play quite a major part going forward, is the online provision as well as the face-to-face provision on adult ed. And I think that way, so we haven't changed the budget as such. We've actually managed to bring our service into line with the grant funding as far as possible, or we're getting there with the reorganization, and by rejigging how we present the offer in terms of the online. So I think we have got a much better approach of delivering that for the future. It also comes into things like the innovation labs going around as well. So giving access to more people in a local area. So I think, again, it's all in there. If you want the fine detail, then I'll ask maybe Colin to give you that, or it'll come through on the budget breakdown as such. But in reality, we are working within the grant funding on adult ed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Patrick. Who's next, Stephen?
Bernie Fisher.
Welcome, Bernie.
Good morning. Welcome. Couple of things. With the accelerated highways investment that Vernon talked about in his thing, how much of the 150 million is left? And how much of that is pre-allocated to schemes for the next 12 months budget? I've got a question on libraries as well, but if we could deal with that one first, if I may.
Yeah, thanks, Bernie. Right, question. We're in year 4 of a 5-year programme with 150 million investment. I think if you go online, you'll see all the schemes that we're intended to do this financial year and next. I don't think next is fully completed yet, but you can definitely see this year's full programme online and predictions for the year 5. How I say accelerated is we were able, because of the traffic flows being less, we were able to get into urban areas much more, and so we increased the programme by bringing forward some from year 5 into year 4. So that's where I talk about acceleration, and it was possible to do that because of the situation of the volumes of traffic. But we're in year 4 or 5 with 150 million.
No offence, but you haven't given me a sum. And I did ask for how much of the 150 million. I'm asking for something with a pound sign in front of it, please.
Right. Okay. Yeah, no problem. It's in the budget. I need to find the page. Probably Colin would be able to help me quickly find the page.
Just while you're looking for that, Patrick, just while you're looking for that, Vernon, why don't you go on to your second question and we'll come back to you.
Thank you. On libraries, it's surprised me. I've had some casework recently of somebody who is unemployed, can't get into the library to use their computers, can't afford broadband in his own home. This man is suffering with mental health issues. We're doing nothing to help that person who needs broadband as one of his main contacts with the outside world. Now the man is is in lockdown. Seems to be no provision for these people who cannot actually afford to invest in broadband or a laptop, iPad, or a computer of any description. So it concerns me that the most needy are missing out.
I'll respond to that, Chair, and I have to challenge what you've said there, Councillor Fisher, because quite clearly all of the libraries are making access possible to people, even in the controlled environment we've had to do with COVID, to access IT facilities that are available in the library. We'll also provide staff who will help individuals who have difficulties when they get into the library. Now, I'm not saying that your resident has difficulties, but what I do take issue with is when I clearly see regularly, and I get updates regularly about the amount of use that's being made by our IT provisioning libraries by people, the type of person that you've just referred to. Now, if you'd like to send me the details of that individual and the library that we're referring to, I will ensure that I pass that on through the head of library service to the library manager of that facility, just to check, because I may be making a mistake, but I don't think I am.
Do come in.
I will do that for you, David.
Yeah, Chair, I've got the
Bernard's
details.
earlier question.
Chair, I've got the details now, found it on page 107. If you look at the total highways capital budget, it's 78,293,000, which includes remaining another 6 million on the 150 million total spend details. All the details can be found, as I say, on page 107, Chair.
Thank you very much. Who's after Bernie?
Stephen Hurst.
Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. I have a new subject to talk about, that of ash dieback. The current new emergency in the county. Wherever you go in Gloucestershire, you drive by trees, and I'm told that the largest number of trees in Gloucestershire are ash trees. There's already a large amount of work being carried out in some places of chopping and felling ash trees, and I was glad to read yesterday about a replanting scheme that's just starting. My question is our budget sufficient to fell all the affected ash trees in the county so that risk to life of being hit by a falling tree at the drop of a hat or a falling branch at the drop of a hat is alleviated. Thank you.
Chair Vernon, are you okay for me to answer that? Vernon?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Nigel.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Stephen. Essentially, what we've been doing the last year is, based on our risk assessment, is clearly dealing with the most dangerous trees that have been identified from inspection. There's no doubt about it that this dealing with ash dieback is not something we're going to get done in a year or even 2 years. I mean, we're looking probably over the next 3 to 5 years in terms of that program. And I believe that so far we have been able to budget for that accordingly. At the moment, both this past year and into this current year, we've budgeted for 1.2 million, which includes, of course, replanting as well. So it's going to be on a basically rolling budget, Stephen, based on a risk assessment across the county in terms of those trees which we need to deal with first, but clearly it's an ongoing program. On the replanting, thank you for mentioning that. I'm working with officers on that program. We're looking particularly at the foss because, as you know from your own personal experience, there's been a tremendous amount of felling along the foss. So that is a priority now to get a program. I'm looking till the end of this month to get a program for replanting clearly in the February and March. The felling program will cease actually by then because we're into the bird protection time. So the felling will. So there's a natural conjunction of getting that felling work done these winter months and then the replanting over the spring months. I hope that answers your question.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
Very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask you, Stephen, how many other people? Because we are well over the time.
Yeah. So I've got 4 names, which is Steve Robinson, Ray Fiodlu, Phil Orford, and Leslie Williams. Phil has also messaged on the chat to say he wants to speak. So it's up to you as chair what order you wish to take them in.
Well, we should be starting in about 5 minutes. I think we've got less. The adult social care. Can I suggest we spend no more than 10 minutes on this so we can get into adult social care? So if we can be fairly brief, please, with your questions and also answers.
Right, would you like me to go there, Chair? I think I'm next. Just to say, I want to ask Vernon regarding street lighting, but I would just say about flood alleviation. We have worked very closely in Nailsworth. Rachel mentioned Nailsworth. We've worked very closely with the flood alleviation team. They've been excellent. I've actually spent a whole morning with a guy before Christmas and walked around all the mill ponds and all sorts of things. So I couldn't fault them on that. What I would like to ask is Vernon, I know there's a problem with listed buildings, but that we still have quite a few lights that have still not been changed to LED in my division. When is that likely to happen? Because I didn't hear you mentioned anything in the budget about that. I know you can't go into too much detail, but when are we actually going to see the actual lighting finished and all over to LED, please?
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for your comments on the flood alleviation scheme that we did down there that we both visited, which I thought was a fantastic scheme. Yeah, LED streetlights. We're pretty well 95% delivered on new ones, and yes, we've got to that 5% that's difficult. If you send me the details, because obviously I can't do exactly where you're talking about. If you send me an email with the details on the area that you're talking about that you want to put that you need to have upgraded, I'm sure I'll get officers to chase that up for you. And just to give you on your question of the budget, there's 400,000 for street lights this year in the budget 2021. But if you send me the details of the ones you've got concerns with, I'll make sure that Ken Pitt and the team pick them up.
Thank you, Vernon. Who is next, Stephen?
So we got Ray Fiodlu, Phil Orford, and then Leslie Williams.
Ray, welcome.
Thanks, Sean. Just to return briefly to the question of broadband, Patrick, I'm sorry to say that I don't recognise your figure of 98% coverage. for super fast. I think that we've had enough examples today on this meeting to see that there is still a great deal of instability in the provision of broadband. And here, I wonder if the figures are distorted, because here what happens is that they take the lines, the fast lines, I don't know how they're super fast or not, to a box at the head of the village, and and connect that, and then all the rest remains the same. All the rest is relying on the old copper system. So if that's what's happening widely, I'm afraid that they're not catching all the people who are actually disadvantaged by not having this fast broadband or super fast. I don't know what the difference between fast broadband is and super fast broadband, but here we certainly don't have super fast broadband. So I just challenge some of these figures. Another resident of ours who does live, admittedly, down a long drive, in the end entered into arrangement with BT and Openreach and paid them to put the lines in himself. So, in an age when when everybody's supposed to have electric lighting and water provision, this broadband thing is a serious and a utility which ought to be provided for everybody who needs it, as a matter of course. And of course, somebody has to pay, but that seems to me to be a modern requirement. And we have more and more people who are going to be working from home. Nearly every member of my family, which is
I think you've made your point.
Is working from home. So broadband is absolutely dead importance for us here. And I'm not sure the figures are credible. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ray, for your question. But it is a difficult subject. Now, there are various ranges of broadband. There was the government minimum of 2 megabytes. There was our initial fibre to the cabinet and then copper to the houses, which was the initial rollout based on the technology. I'll be quick. Sure.
We are meant to be talking about budgets. We've now gone right off the subject again. I think we've all accepted the point, and to me, it seemed to be based on BT's failure, to be honest, rather than say Gigaclear or someone. But
there is a lot of that I was going to come into. A lot of this is commercial things, and we step in where it's not commercially viable. But I mean, I would say that the Cotswolds is, I believe, one of the fastest connected districts in the country. So we are doing it. Bear in mind, like all these things, it's the people who don't have it who shout the loudest, which seem to make it up. But we are fairly confident that we are delivering the numbers that we've said.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Patrick. I'm going to move on to who's ever next to ask a question.
So it's Phil Orford and then Leslie Williams, and that's it.
And then I'd like to bring it to an end, please.
Okay, morning all. I've been waiting very patiently, not least around the flood agenda. And I agree with a lot of what Leslie and Rachel have asked questions about. Rachel, I am aware, obviously, with the Regional Flood Defence Committee, there is a bid in for a piece of work around Nailsworth. The RFDCs are at the start of their 6-year programme with a doubling of budget of something like 5.2 billion over the next 6 years. For Nigel, the comments about the Cotswold schemes, now is the time to be looking at the bids. To wind this up, I think we ran a tremendous scrutiny following the 2007 floods. We've had 2020 floods. I'm thinking that perhaps we ought to have yet another scrutiny. The reason I say this is with all the development going forward, one major developer has already had to pull off his site north of Gloucester because it's underwater. I don't know whether they'll get there to deliver that in their time frame. I would want to pass my thanks on to the Fire and Rescue Service for the incident in Turley. Sadly, they didn't get there in time to save the properties that Vernon mentioned. There's a massive piece of work that's needed to do there to protect them in the future. And I really think a piece of scrutiny specifically around preparedness and going forward, and maybe even consider, we mentioned the JCS and development, maybe it's time to call a halt to some of that major development until the EA have properly flood mapped the area. Surface water is difficult to predict, but we know it happens, and we know some of the places where it really impacts. And I think a separate piece of scrutiny around that would be ideal, because I think further in there will be impacts on the budget. But I would agree with Vernon. I'm very proud of what this county has achieved over the years since 2007. We still get the biggest bang for our levy buck of any authority along the Severn catchment. I think the ratio at the moment, at one time we used to get £20 for the pound. I think we're probably now around £11 for the pound. But that flood levy is delivering schemes and has done progressively, and there's plenty in the pipework. I would like to see some investment at the bottom of the catchment. The Severn Way seem obsessed with the World Heritage Centre, which I can understand, but there are opportunities here at the start of their 6-year programme, and we are working with them jointly on they have a tree planting scheme as well, which should help us with our carbon footprint going forward. But I wouldn't monopolise it, but I would recommend perhaps that we do look at a separate flood scrutiny review. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Phil. Did you have a question, or is that more a comment? That's a very important comment. But do you have a question?
It was a question as to whether we ought to pick up flooding as a separate scrutiny review and the impacts it's had, because we've had major infrastructure problems, the A417, the B4213, all closed, and that does impact on things going forward and the economy.
Chairman, I would support that, because I think, as Vernon referred to fairly little while ago, we had a very effective scrutiny committee for the Cotswolds, if you remember, in the last administration, and there's been a lot of progress resulting from that. So I would certainly support that.
And just in passing, I also support it for the science area too in the chat. So I think it's Leslie, you're next, and I think last actually.
Thank you very much. And yes, I too would fully support that flooding is given its standalone scrutiny. What worked, what took, from last time and last mitigation work and alleviation work, and what's needed for the future. So yes, absolutely fully support that. My question was, and I'm sorry if I missed this if it was covered, I was distracted by a phone call, when adult education was talked about, and I wondered what provision is being put in place to support people who are now out of work because of the changes in circumstances caused by the pandemic, particularly people who might be middle management, senior management. What is being done to help them brush up their skills, reskill, use their skills in different ways? But it's an area, I suspect, where there will be lots of sort of middle management, senior management people who will need supporting and helping to understand how they can use the skills they've had in their working life in a different way.
Hi, Leslie. Yeah, as you say, retraining and the opportunity to retrain is going to be vitally important going forward. That is a fundamental part of our adult education offer. It's also part of the sort of innovation labs that are going around. So we are, as I said before, going out into the localities. So anybody who is unemployed, it's easier for them to access it. A lot of our adult ed now is online as well. So again, making it easier to access and all. It's vitally important. If you want specific figures, then I'll have to come back to you with a written answer.
Thank you very much. And I haven't seen unemployment figures recently, and I certainly haven't seen a breakdown of the of who is unemployed, say from a socioeconomic graph, and that might be useful. And it would be very informative.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and it's one of the indicators we're looking very closely with alongside GFirst, because we need to understand where those issues are so that we can actually put in the support in the right places.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I just say, there's also a report going to the next cabinet meeting, which is the GCC economic recovery plan, which includes funding provision, programs and work over the next 5 years, where we've tried to bring it all together into one report to start to shape up. It's still very early days. I mean, one of the things we don't know is what we're recovering from yet and where the actual weaknesses in the system are. But we try to predict where we are, and that current recovery plan will goes this month to cabinet.
Thank you, Colin. I think we've I think that all the questioners have been answered. We are running quite long behind time. We're due for a break. Can I suggest we have a 10-minute break, which will bring us to about 10:02, and we might just have to slightly curtail, I'm afraid, the lunch break and make it slightly shorter, which we've got coming on. So if everybody's happy, can I say that we will meet at 10:02?
Just to remind members as you go for your break that the live feed continues to run on YouTube. So if you wanted to just mute your microphones, turn your cameras off, just be aware that this is all streaming live throughout the day.
Thank you.
Chair, when we come back, can we hear from the cabinet members first, please?
Yes, I'll introduce that. I'm going to do that. I picked up your point earlier on, Kate, which I
Thank
answered your question.
Yes. Yeah, is it behind?
Are we about ready to start, do you think, Stephen? Was it not quite 10 to?
It's not quite 10 to, and I think we'll get more members joining the next minute or two. So.
Yes. My apologies to the people who've joined us for the adult social care and communities. We've slightly overrun on the previous item, which maybe was inevitable. Hopefully we can make it up a bit, and also we might just have to go a little bit into our lunch break, which is at 1 o'clock. Just while we are waiting, can I ask that, in fact, that any presentation which you're making, is kept relatively short. And I think what we're really looking for, unless there's any particular other reason, that it's led by the cabinet members, supported by the officers, rather than the other way around. I don't know what you've got planned.
3 to 4 minutes, Chairman.
Two minutes maximum, Chairman, from me.
Sorry? I didn't quite hear you.
2 minutes maximum from me in advance of questions.
Yes. Tend to, Simon? Stephen, sorry.
Yeah, just coming up to.
Okay, well, let us start again. So who is going to introduce adult social care and welcome and communities? Tim, is it you?
Chairman, thank you. I'm happy to start off with my short presentation, concentrating on public health, which, as you will all understand, has been a very different year to the one that we thought we were going to have when we did this meeting 12 months ago. I won't dwell too much on that for now, because I think we all know the current situation. But I would just remind members that when you look at the public health budget, it works somewhat differently to the other budgets in front of you, because we basically are funded by a grant from government, the public health grant, which, as you know, is the details of which are set out and which also prescribe the mandated services that we provide. Looking at the papers, and to help members, you need to look at 1.5, the savings scrolling through the whole of it. I'll concentrate there on what we're saying in public health particularly. Say we have the budget this year because of the pandemic. We also receive substantial additional funding from government. This has been very welcome in dealing with the crisis that we've all faced, both nationally and internationally. That budget, I think, has certainly been generous. I guess you can always say that you can spend more, and if we get more, we shall certainly spend it effectively. Some of the services that we were able to enhance as a result of that money related to mental health. I know this is something that everyone here will see as a very big issue. Always has been an issue, and it's been magnified massively. We were able, therefore, to enhance services. I think members should all be aware of these. I signed off a press release before Christmas encouraging as much awareness as possible. So we were able to provide additional things, commissioning Quell, Couth, Teams in Crisis, and supporting Gloucester Community Services. I won't break those figures down now due to shortness of time, but those actually added up to about 420,000. Those services were commissioned with termination dates ranging from April of this year to August of this year. And clearly at the moment we will be looking at our commissioning requirements for those services. We will be seeking to determine their usage, how effective they are, etc. But I think you will fully understand that we are very much still in the battle with regard to restoring people's mental health. A borough council colleague of mine who is a GP takes particular interest in this has said to me privately that we can expect a tsunami of mental health issues following the pandemic. So I think we know this is an area that we will need to continue to work on. Really important. Looking therefore at the core budget, despite the fact that we've obviously got pressures on the budget, we've had the additional funding. One area that we've been very keen to develop is to do more to tackle childhood obesity. And you will notice in your paperwork that we've been able to boost the spend on the childhood weight reduction programme, which will enable us to have more information going forward as to how we can tackle this very important issue. We've been able to maintain other services throughout the year, and I have to pay tribute to the work of the whole team here in Gloucestershire. I think it responded magnificently, as have all the officers of this council and the other councils in the county. With regard to COVID going forward, I say we've had additional funds. The expectation, I understand, is that there are further additional funds coming, but at this moment we don't actually have the precise sums. But obviously all funding that comes through will be put to good use. Leslie Williams, in the first section, when the Chief Executive was answering questions, raised, I think very validly, the issue of the impact of long COVID. As Leslie correctly said, we're still trying to scope what that means. The whole sort of medical and scientific world is trying to put this out. I think this is going to be a really big feature in public health going forward. I might speculate that the government might require an additional mandated service around that, but that is a speculation. But whatever it is, I think there's a big piece of work for us to do with our health service colleagues in tackling that in the longer term. Chairman, I will stop now, but I'm happy to answer questions. If there's not time for all the questions to be answered now, as ever, please send them to me offline and I'll endeavour to answer them. Thank you.
Much. I think is it Kathy or Carol, or in fact Dave, want to say anything now?
Chair, I need to wait to be the last because I have two officers dialing in at 12:15.
Okay. So is it Kathy?
Chair, Chair, I think it'd be best if Carol goes first because she
Okay,
does the
fine.
commissioning and I can pick up on the other bits after.
Okay, over to you, Carol.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee. It's really nice to see everybody. I've missed your faces and your voices, so nice to hear and see you. From a commissioning perspective, just to reiterate what Tim has said, it's been a challenging period of time. We've managed to do business as usual to maintain our existing plan from last year to some extent, but obviously some things have been much slower to actually come to fruition. And of course, we've had the impact of all of the commissioning additional work and delayed commissioning and stuff that we've had in relation to the pandemic. But I'd just like to put some stuff into context. The 2021-22 net budget for adult social care is the largest single budget expenditure in the County Council. And with that, we support approximately 25,000 people who have disability, are vulnerable, or live with age-related disorders, as well as commissioning services aimed at addressing social care and health inequalities, promoting health and well-being. And to enable us to do this work, we work in significant partnership with our service users, carers, health, housing and third sector to maximise people's potential for independence. We meet, assess need within a legal framework, and for us it's notably the Care Act 2014. The budget before you, which is a draft budget, does not include central government grant funding to meet the cost of adult social care in terms of responding to the COVID pandemic. And I'd just like to make members aware in the committee that to date we've received something like 19.6 million additional funding. And this money's been, through appropriate contracting and letters, been distributed to care providers for infection control and for managing additional care demands on their services. So this is services for care homes, hospices, and the community. The strategic direction of adult social care, despite the additional pressures and restrictive nature of some of the pandemic dilemmas, the ambition continues to be to support people to live as independently as possible and reducing the reliance on institutional care. And to do this, we've got a significant army of officers and partners creating innovative, alternative and encouraging the use of universal services, while still recognising that there will be a place for specialist services. And within this scenario, we continue to increase the number of people supported to live independently through the use of technology and to continue to make progress in supporting people with disabilities into employment. One of the biggest dilemmas we have to confront in the near future, I think, is the impact on adult social care from current NHS pressures. Now, these are not necessarily included in this budget, and funding for this, as Tim has indicated, will be separate, and we're unsure how we're going to meet it. But impact on adult social care of current NHS pressures and as yet unquantifiable impact of long COVID, social isolation and mental health for individuals is likely to bring forward even more complex cases into the adult social care scenario. In terms of strategic position, we've not only managed our business as usual, but we've managed to get some additional county strategies live. And in particular, I just wanted to bring a few examples, but to make the point that these are underpinned by new data that we've been able to get through the COVID period. So an example of that would be supporting carers beyond COVID. This is a significant study of carers through the summer, and their input has been amazing, and we can build on their needs and wants and suggestions for future work. And the second bit of data that we've managed to push forward has come from the Director of Public Health report, which is about race, health and inequality in Gloucestershire. So those two new pieces of research are going to add to what we can deliver in adult social care. A particular strategy that's been agreed at Cabinet is housing with care. This will allow very versatile accommodation, a disability appropriate and changeable, to offer local accommodation for people in need. It means they can stay in their communities for longer without having to move. And a piece of strategy coming forward in the next cabinet, which I'm particularly pleased that we've managed to get through at this time, is a paper called Preparing for Adulthood Strategy. And this looks at the transition of younger adults into adulthood who still need initially child and family care support, but will transition into adult care support. That's a paper coming forward in the January cabinet. So while we're managing through this budget to maintain what we have, we're still growing what we can offer to our community. And hopefully we can move beyond COVID, but use the information we gain from COVID to inform what we do next. Very happy to take questions, very happy to answer anything that I can't manage offline separately. Thank you.
Much. Cathy, did you want to say?
Yes. Okay, thank you, Chair. Carol obviously has given you a really comprehensive outline. And what I'm going to do is actually just pick up on a few areas that were particularly problematic for us in the last year. And of course, the first one of that is the rough sleeping and homeless people, who we had quite a few people at the beginning of last year. And once the pandemic started, we managed to get everybody off the streets into accommodation, except for 22 people, what we call the entrenched hard sleepers. They just will not come in, but they are supported then by the district's outreach teams who go out and make sure these people are safe. We also had a sort of an issue with what Carol and I described as sofa surfing, where you found that there were people who were living in other friends' houses and that, who were sort of evicted, and then we had to find accommodation with those people. 2 hotels initially gave their premises for us to use. We have one still in use at the moment. It still has some vacant beds. And as you all know, when there's a cold weather like we've got now, if you get more than 3 days below a certain temperature, we have to get people in off the streets. And that will mean that our 22, we will go back and make sure that they're safe and they're in if they want to come in. Sometimes you can get a little bit in for a little while, but they've got to get out again. So that is going on. We spent a considerable amount of money. The government gave us just under £10 million to initially. We've had more money. Carol's a bit more fey on the money because she's the money person. But we've had more since, and that is a continuing piece of work going forward. And in that group of people too, is those are people who've suffered domestic violence, both male and female, who need to have refuge and support. And our officers who are working on the homeless and the domestic violence have had a considerably difficult year, a lot of work in negotiating, working with our partners in the districts to make sure that these group of people are cared for. And we go forward into this next lockdown. Obviously, we haven't had a recent meeting this week, but next week we will, to find out how things are going. So if any members are worried about, or anybody in their area, please refer it to your district council initially, and they will hopefully help that person. And I think the other thing I just wanted to mention too is that we have this wonderful employment service, which Carol alluded to, where we've managed to get a lot of people with disabilities and mental health problems into employment. Unfortunately, like a lot of people, through the pandemic, people were laid off, furloughed, and some have lost their jobs. So some extra support has had to go in to make sure that those people, the people usually with some special needs who need that extra support, and we've made sure that that's happened. We have our daycare facilities still operating and making sure that people are safe. Now, I say that I don't know what's happened from Tuesday because I haven't heard yet, but certainly we were making sure that people were going and being checked, and that people who normally went to work every day had somewhere to go for support. I think the other thing I want to mention is probably our contact service in our as I call them, the switchboard girls and boys, but they do an enormous amount of good service for us. They actually are well trained now. We've got people who can filter calls to the right person. Not everybody that rings into social services for help actually needs a social work referral, and these people will then make sure that these people are directed in the right line. And as you all know, we had the emergency helpline, the County Council hub line, which was well received and is now operating again. And I think the other thing, I'm just trying to think, it was the other thing to do with emergencies I was going to talk to you about, and it's gone out of my mind for a minute. Oh yes, sorry, the safeguarding team. as you can imagine, people are being really concerned about safeguarding. But one of the things that has come to light is the amount of doles. Now, doles is deprivation of liberties, and people who are not able to see people, people who are maybe taken financial advantage of. We've had more referrals come in about that, people who've been concerned that is happening, and even in care homes. And that's a very difficult things for our staff to manage at the moment, but we've increased our staffing by 2 more people, and that team is working really hard with extra workload as well. So from the point of view of what's going on, I think I've covered all the sort of extras. As I said, Carol will gives the financial, that's her job, the financial bits. Thank you.
Dave, are you saying that you want to come on in later on? I'm not quite
No, it's okay, Chair. I'll come in now, and then when we get to the questions, if I need to refer to officer colleagues, I'm sure they'll be there by 12:15, but I shouldn't need to. Thank you, Chair. I don't intend to say a great deal by way of introduction, obviously then opening up more time for questions around the Directorate. I'll start with the Fire and Rescue Service. We're all fully aware of what both our current Chief and I inherited post-June 2018, alongside the outcomes of the Audit and Governance reports and Her Majesty's Inspectorate, which clearly identified that improvement through change was required within GFRS. A journey of restructuring and review is progressing. The establishment of our improvement board has ensured that the service has tackled head-on all the challenges that were brought to us. Members should be confident that the investment in the current financial year has enabled the Chief and the new Principal Officer team to move forward with pace, and already positives are being recognised both within the service and by those external scrutineers who continue to monitor an evolving service. Further investment will be required, but currently and moving into the next financial year, the Chief is comfortable with the financial position of the service, and the Fire Authority is content with the status of improvements moving forward. I'm pleased to report that trading standards, civil protection and coroners are all delivering quality services to our residents, and as I've indicated with the fire budget, we are comfortable with the proposed allocations for the next financial year. In the medium term, however, it's likely that further investment will be required. So in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, it's right for me to recognise the efforts of all the Directorate staff who've taken on extra duties supporting colleagues from across the authority during these challenging times. And I'm not only talking about COVID when I make this reference. Firefighters and others from within the Directorate have done and stand ready again to go that extra mile. We should recognise with thanks their commitment. Thank you, Chair.
I think if you've got to go up, can I just ask if anybody's got questions of Dave?
Happy to stay, Chair. Happy to stay. No worries.
Okay. Well, in that case, we're open to questions. Who would like to ask questions? Steve.
Ray Theodolou is indicated.
Ray, we look forward to your question.
Patrick, please note. Yeah, sorry for the delay. Yes, I too would like to pay tribute to the staff in this particular area who have clearly a very difficult job at this stage of time, particularly those who visit homes. My question is really a general one about the relationship the County Council has with care homes. That seems to me that there is a structural difficulty here, that we have the NHS on one side, the County Council who commissions, I know, a lot of beds in the care homes, and of course many of these care homes are private sector. And there was a time, I don't know if members can cast their minds back, when we did have to bail out a lot of private sector homes. I'm sure that John Caldwell will remember this, as well as other members who were around at that particular time. And this was not a cheap experience. And so the issue I raise is the question of, are we confident in the stability of the care home system that there is outside the public sector? Of course, in Gloucestershire. In my own area, one has had to close because of the virus infecting its staff. It had to be emptied, and the residents decanted in another home under the same management. But it seems to me that we are likely, when all this is over, to see a greater deal that will be revealed, a great stress that is on the private sector, and we should be prepared to deal with that and have a plan to deal with it as this situation develops. I don't know whether others have received the same sort of feeling as I have on this. Sarah Scott may wish to comment on it as well, although I do pose the question to Kathy and to Carol. So question is, do we think that these care homes in the private sector are particularly fragile, and do we expect to have to bail them out and therefore put greater stress on our budgets? Thanks, Chairman.
I'm going to answer that. Sorry.
Sean, I'm quite happy to
start,
and then perhaps Sarah can come in.
Thank you.
I think you raise a really important question here about the viability of the care home market in general. I would just remind members that Margaret Wilcox, as Director of Adult Social Care, as she was at the time, did give a very thorough report to Scrutiny, I think it was November, on the viability of the care home market, and it might be worth reading that as background. I would suggest to you that we've had the opportunity during the pandemic period to give significant support to all care homes. So we're fortunate in Gloucestershire that we have Gloucestershire's Care Home Association, which meets on a very regular basis with our staff and with senior officers and health service and commissioners, and talk through issues that they're experiencing at the time. We've also got allocated officers who are the direct contact route for individual care homes, so they have a named person allocated to them. And we also have, when we get any indication at all that care homes need additional support, we've got daily contact by phone going in. So the COVID experience has allowed us to set up a network of connections so that care homes are not isolated, and ideally we don't have any surprises where we have to act in a hurry to rescue a care home. One of the additional things we've had during the COVID period is that for care homes to apply for any of the additional monies, support monies that we've got, which has been this £19.6 million, they've had to agree to an open book system. And in that, they've been safe to disclose how viable they are, what their needs are, and how we can assist them through this process. So although there is a risk because it's a commercial market, one of the biggest issues we've got is that a significant number of care homes have significant voids normally. So as a culture within Gloucestershire, a lot of people who would normally have gone into care homes have chosen not to. And that obviously makes care homes less viable from a financial point of view. So it's a situation we're monitoring very closely. I can't guarantee that the care sectors won't go to the wall, but we're doing everything we can to protect patients, residents and staff. And should we get anything that comes up, then obviously we'll do the right thing. I don't know if Sarah wants to come in there.
Thanks, Carol. I agree with everything you've said. I think there's a couple of things to add would be that under the Care Act, we have a responsibility to help manage the care market, which we have a whole group of people doing. We have an integrated brokerage team that works across adult social care and our NHS colleagues, trying to get the best deal and support our care market and source care packages as quickly as possible for our residents. And I think the other thing to point out is that we are still awaiting the social care green paper and that longer term national financial settlement for the care sector. And I think that ultimately is what we need. I think if anything, COVID has shone a light on the importance, but perhaps the precarious nature of the care sector. And we think in the County Council certainly have gained a much deeper understanding on top of what we already had because of the work we've done with them. And I have to say they have been fantastic during the last 10 months and they've really stepped up. And I think we're all very grateful to them for the work they've done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both.
Very important issue, I think. Who's the next student?
Ian Dobie next.
Thank you. My question sort of follows on from the last one. Will the NHS be providing funding for GCC to pay for relieving the pressure on the health service by enabling the discharging of ex-COVID patients from their hospital beds into care homes? Will there be a transfer of money from our central government-funded NHS to GCC to reflect that the Conservative government is ordering local authorities, including us, to provide this safety valve, in effect turning care homes into nursing homes? Or will local authority taxpayers be expected to pay for relieving the NHS in this way? And to bring this back to the budget, this is in the context of the proposed above inflation increase in GCC council tax for 21 to 22 financial years, caused mainly by the growth in demand for social care funding. So, you know, this is a serious issue that we need to ensure that we get this funding from the NHS because we're being expected to turn care homes into nursing homes in effect. It's a question of fairness and it'll impact on everyone's council tax potentially. So what's the answer to that? Thank you.
I don't know who's, I don't know if Sarah, that maybe you can answer that directly, I think. So, but very happy.
Okay. Karen, do you want me to go first or would you like to go first?
First, and then I'll chip in.
Okay. So I think the broader context to this response really is the fact that we are in an integrated care system and we have a long established strong working relationship with our local commissioning group. So we have a better care fund. So we have a joint pot of money that I forget which page it's on, but it's around £35 million, the basic better care fund, where we jointly buy things with our NHS colleagues anyway. My understanding is that there is some money from the CCG already to help buy these beds. I don't have the figures off the top of my head at the moment, I'm afraid, but I know that we are certainly very much in this together and quite a lot of the team are in daily, sometimes 3 or 4 calls a day with clinical commissioning group colleagues to try and work through how we can move patients out safely and quickly as possible through the system and back to some degree of independence. Carol, is there anything you want to add to that?
Only that I share some of Ian's anxiety about the notion of fairness. We have the advantage of the Better Care Fund, and that will be used as much as we can to actually soften the cost to the county council. And we have some money from the COVID funding that we've had through government anyway to actually support staff to do the work. But I'm certainly very diligently monitoring what's going on, and I share Ian's concerns.
Thank you very much. The next question, I think, Stephen, now.
Steve Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Kathy mentioned about extra funding coming in from the central government regarding refuges, and you know, we've got a very good women's refuge in Stroud. Has that money filtered down to the likes of that refuge, please?
Sarah, do you want to take that and I'll chip in anything?
So I'm not aware the money's actually hit our budget yet. I think what I would clearly there are some big changes, legislative changes coming up around domestic abuse anyway, and I think we're due to bring a report in March to Scrutiny on that, and the budget will be part of that. I think the other thing to remember is that up until now our approach has been around trying to ensure that any victims of domestic abuse are safe to stay in their own homes and don't always feel the need to leave to go to a refuge, whilst recognising there is a place for them in the system. So I'm unable to say whether that money is filtered down to that particular refuge or not.
Okay, but there is money. You're expecting money to come through from central.
I understand.
Sorry.
I understood there was, but I don't know when it's coming through.
Okay, we go to next question. Next question, Stephen.
So it's Kate next.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two areas of questions. One is on page 27. There's a reference to, for older people, particularly access to cars being an issue. Firstly, is access to cars the answer? And we're talking about private cars here. Or are there alternatives, and what in this budget addresses that as an issue we've identified in terms particularly of isolation for people wanting to participate in activities that are not necessarily just for old people as well. And then further on down, there's a line in the budget relating to the changes to the money advice service. And I'm really interested to know, firstly, what that means in terms of the money advice service and how we support people, particularly this year where we're perhaps seeing people coming into debt who previously have not got an experience of dealing with debt, but also the underlying people who've always had issues with debt and what that change means. And also, obviously, there are reductions in the public health budget overall. And what does that mean in a public health crisis in terms of actually supporting people to live healthier lives?
Right. Okay. So if I'll take all three if members are happy. So the first one was around the cars, which I'm flitting between two different sets of commissioning intentions. So the car reference was in the adult social care commissioning intentions, I believe. I think that what we've done, particularly as part of the three-tier conversation, is the focus on know your patch networks and that opportunity to work with voluntary and community sector to really provide and identify local solutions for people to really help tackle loneliness and connect people into their communities rather than helicoptering in and plonking a solution on them, trying to understand from communities what they would like the solution to be and actually what ideas have they got and what solutions they've already got in place. So I know that has been a big part of it. I think perhaps we might need to review some of the clumsy wording, because actually car ownership is perhaps not an aspiration for everyone or indeed even possible. I know also we've also put some of the Care Act money into transport solutions as well as part of the Know Your Patch network to try and assist people, particularly in more rural areas, in accessing some of these activities. So if I move on then to the other query around the money advice service, my understanding is that this reduction was as a result of a discussion with the Gloucester Money Advice Service, and there was an element of duplication with the Citizens Advice offer, and we already commissioned Citizens Advice, so that it was a duplication, so we were taking it out. That was my understanding. And the last question was around cost decreases in the public health budget. I think we are seeing minor budget decreases in the public health budget, but overall we're seeing more investment. We've got the investment in our domestic abuse services, our support for our sleepers, the really welcome continuation of the pilot for children's weight management. So I think at the moment we're obviously in a public health crisis, aren't we? We've had some additional money that's not noted on pages 80 and 81 in terms of the specific grants for our response to COVID. I think there's some work that is particularly important, and we've started to do it around the impact on inequalities. Leslie mentioned long COVID, which again is a very real concern for us going forward. But for those of us that didn't get COVID, inequalities were in existence in Gloucestershire anyway, and I can't believe COVID has done anything but widen them. So we're doing some work to understand that, because actually how will our services need to respond to that, and will we need to change our services, will we need additional services? And that work's just started, and I'm sure you can appreciate that my team have been almost completely absorbed with COVID response. So we've tried to carve out a little bit of capacity to do that thinking, to enable us to understand for the next budget round, is there a significant unmet need amongst those public health services as a result of COVID?
Chairman,
thank you, Sarah. Just before someone comes back, just go pick up on what you said about helicoptering in services, and that very much has been the case, often to the resentment of local community groups who are already doing that work. But what is absolutely critical, of course, is that the funding, which frankly has been often spent on organisations that have no relationship with this county, that funding goes into people who have a relationship with this county, that they are part of it. And so is that a commitment, and can we see something firmer in the budget around actually that the funding will go into the community organisations who we rely on to deliver those services.
I think it's already there, Kate. I don't know that we've pulled it out. I can certainly provide the figures, but the funding for the Know Your Patch network was several £100,000 from memory, and that was very much around supporting local voluntary and community sector organisations and ones that were already there. I'm looking to, I think Carol wants to come in here.
Yeah, just before Carol does, but we'll spend several £100,000 on one project, helicoptering in healthy living. No, we have done it. So I've got, absolutely have done it. So yeah, a project which would be much better delivered through community. And Know Your Patch isn't the whole picture; it's only part of it.
Yeah, I agree, Kate, that Know Your Patch isn't the whole thing. I think in the past the strategy had been to supply money to one provider and assume they would provide a local contact. But my perspective is it hasn't worked in the past. And when I look to the Forest of Dean and what we've done in terms particularly about car transport, is that local groups have come together and used the money very effectively for the community because they know the patch. So I fully agree with that, and I will check the detail, Kate, with that. Thank you.
Chairman, can I just say a couple of things as well? As Tim speaking.
Indeed, Jim.
Just that last point that Kate raised, one of the pots of money I mentioned for the mental health money, which totaled 420,000, 100,000 of that went to the Gloucester Community Services. So that is part of one of a number of things where we do actually fund local services. I think you need to reflect that. The other thing, going back to the sort of savings in public health, which we've been working on over the last few years, I think we can say pretty successfully that the recommissioning has been done sensitively. We've been able to make those savings without a diminution of service. And I think that will be reflected in performance indicators. We're not talking about performance today, but I think that is true. And that is a testament to the work of the team.
Okay.
Thank you. The next question, I think, isn't it?
So Leslie Williams.
Leslie.
Thank you very much. I'll just raise one thing about transport and local drivers. Is quite often the person doing the driving behind the wheel needs to get a particular recognition that allows them to do it. So it's not as easy to do as is being suggested here. So I would ask people to bear that in mind. I wanted to say how pleased I am to hear that finally we're going to see something that is going to help young people move into being adults and supported, because that has been just missing for so long. But also taking into account the fact that just because you're 18, you might be chronologically or recognised as an adult, but doesn't necessarily mean that you are. So I just hope that that's going to be taken in, and I hope that report, which really is crosses over to children and families. We all need to work together on that one.
I agree.
I would just draw people's attention to the latest report from Michael Marmot. Somebody said to me he's a bit long in the tooth, but he's still a wise person. And his latest report, which came out a fortnight ago or so, is looking at the inequalities that the pandemic has really thrown up. The fact that life expectancy is varying and it's shortening in certain parts of the country. So that really, I'm sure for Sarah in her public health role, who's always, I think, been really strong on looking at inequalities, I'm sure she'll find it really exciting bedtime reading. The thing I'm concerned about most is do we have the capacity, and is it budgeted for, to be looking after the people who came into the everyone in category, because they are, there's no instant cure for people who have been homeless. Finding ways of supporting them, bringing them back into society is really, really time consuming. And so that's an area. Are we budgeting that to make sure we do have not just the people, but the people with the right skills to look after those who have been homeless? I think that's my sort of main concern. It's been a concern all along. I know everybody says we're getting everywhere in. I know one authority where they've just taken over a hotel and they've taken people in and they can use the kitchens to train people to give them skills that way, and which are daily living skills. So I'm just concerned very much that there's likely to be more homeless people, more sofa surfers. That we just do need to make sure that we've got the capacity to do that. And I just would like to say, in my role as somebody who does like people to be well and truly inclusive, referring to switchboard boys and girls doesn't really cut it in today's language. So, Cathy, please feel a little wrapped over the knuckles in the nicest possible way.
Cathy, would you like me to start the answer about the homeless question?
Yes, please, Sarah. Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. So I'm sure you'll remember that the statutory duty for homelessness rests with the district council. So when we had the Everyone In campaign, it was a very strong partnership between the 6 districts and us and the county council. And since then, obviously there was funding provided, and the Gloucester County Council acted as the banker for that to pay for the hotels and the support and the food that was needed to bring people in very quickly. Since then, the funding streams have changed slightly to give some more support to the district councils, who are now funding those people who were rough sleeping or sofa surfing and need some hotel accommodation, but also more funding for districts to find a longer term housing solution. So it's been a huge amount of work over the summer months to really understand who we had in hotels, what their needs were, and how they could be rehomed, which has been largely dealt with by district colleagues. And I think, as Cathy said, there is still a cohort of people who have quite complex, chaotic lives, who didn't fare very well in the hotels. Sometimes these people have mental health, substance use problems. And so we have a range of services already in existence for rough sleepers that provide a very intensive outreach support. They're still in existence, and we're still working with these individuals. But there are other funding streams coming online, recognising that complexity. And sometimes we find that it difficult to engage with them, and they find it difficult to engage with us. So we're exploring how best we could meet their needs on top of the existing services that we have. But we're certainly working very hard with them. And again, it is a partnership approach with the districts.
Can I just add, please, Chair, that we do know that there were cases where people have actually settled down, liked being in a building, who managed to get themselves into accommodation. So we have got some success stories, and when we come to the end of all this, we may be able to have some more evidence to show members, but we have got some good news stories there.
Thank you, Cathy.
Chair, if I could just also add that the transitional paper coming to Cabinet later in the month in relation to young people transitioning into adult care, that the age group is beyond 18, so it's up to 25, Leslie, just to reassure you there. And of course, once they're known to us, and should it be an appropriate thing to do, adult social care will support beyond that period. But the paper essentially is about getting a relationship early when the young person is still in child and family services, to enable that relationship to grow so that there's trust and that the young person feels really supported when they let go of child and family services. That's one point I wanted to make. The second point I wanted to make is that a lot of people who live an alternative lifestyle on the street for whatever reason, and often that reason is because they are early trauma people, traumatized in childhood, so they've got a lifetime of dealing with difficult stuff. Our outreach group of people know all of these people and monitor them and give them every opportunity to actually change their lifestyle in a slow but appropriate way, so that then, should they not be wanting to come in, it doesn't mean we don't do any work. It just means that we bide our time and go back at another time to offer assistance. So COVID has allowed us to actually get probably a better relationship with these individuals and to understand more clearly what their needs are, and that will go forward into the commissioning process at district level. Thank you.
That's an extremely comprehensive response, I think. Stephen.
Phil Alford.
Hi, thank you. Thanks, Stephen. You got me this time. It's a question for Dave in relation to GIFX. Historically, the fire service only got a budget for fire. They didn't get a budget for rescue work. Obviously, I'm aware, particularly even a week ago, there was a rescue carried out by SARA in my division. SARA very much funded by donation. They don't get a budget as such. I was pleased when you said that you were happy with your budget, that we can meet all those things that we need to meet. Do the fire service, in fact, make any donation to SARA, or is it time that we did as a county authority, given the value of their work?
Thanks, Phil, and it's a well-made point. And historically, the Fire and Rescue Service has donated equipment to SARA, which they've taken on and use, maintaining our own fleet of water rescue vehicles, because they are critically important, because there's some areas where we will carry out those rescues and SARA won't. And you may well have seen examples of that. In respect of the role of a fire and rescue service, the budget covers fire and rescue. And when you look at the issues around how the Fire and Rescue Service has changed over the last decade, with more work being done around prevention, around protection, around response, that's why I'm saying at the minute, that budget, we are comfortable with the budget that we've got. If there needed to be any fundamental changes into the role of the Fire and Rescue Service, and if at any time the chief or any other principal officer comes to me and says, Dave, we're falling a little bit short here in respect of some areas of rescue, and we need to look at the budget to actually ensure we can provide that equipment, because we're constantly looking at different ways to approach the 999 calls that come into us. You never know until you get there what you're confronted with. So clearly, if we have a situation where they come to me and say, we need to look at that, then obviously I'm guessing it will be a capital, not a revenue input, and therefore capital very often, dare I say it with people listening, but very often capital is easier to get hold of than revenue.
Thank you. I think the next question, isn't it?
Nigel Robbins.
Nigel.
Thank you, Sean. I've got two questions, actually. One I think is probably for Dave Norman, and the second one is probably for Steve and maybe Kathy. There's in rural areas, there's quite a lot of inefficiency in terms of the underutilization of blue light facilities, ambulance stations, certainly fire stations and police stations. And there has been a proactive approach to try and unify some of these and rationalize the provision. This is rural areas I'm talking about, where these facilities were designed for a different age. And there was a scheme in Cirencester which has clearly been held up by COVID and also by the reopening this week of the Magistrates' Court to which the police station is attached. Can I have reassurance that those ideas of forward-thinking rationalisation to save the public money and improve collaboration between the services are not going to be forgotten about when this crisis is over?
Thank you, Nigel, and very perceptive and observation of you to actually bring that up. Clearly, every fire and rescue station in this county is entitled a community fire and rescue station. Every part of every station can be locked off, inverted commas, between the community facilities and the operational facilities. When you talk about looking for how those facilities are being used across the county, every fire and rescue station in the county is part of the county council's estate. And in respect of my own station, when I was station commander out at Newent and the ambulance decided to move out of Newent, GCC purchased the ambulance part of that station because it was built in a way that it was two separate bays, and the utilization of that took us forward into a way where we could put more equipment out into that rural area to actually slow down the response times that might have been needed to come from the urban areas. So clearly, I'm all for the situation for that to develop. I know the chief is. We have a number of stations that are used for different community ventures at the minute, and it's right and proper that I mention here now that Cheltenham East Station is currently a vaccination centre for COVID. And I think we're the first, if not the only fire and rescue station in the country that's been established to carry out vaccinations. And that to me says it all. Fire and rescue stations are a community facility that is open to be used by the public. And I would also say, Nigel, more of our county council colleagues who live in those areas that want to go and work somewhere, then please use those facilities because they are all online. They all have the resources that you need. And I know the chief and his PO colleagues would welcome that.
Thanks for that, Dave. That's encouraging. Yeah. Okay, Sean, can I give my second question?
Sorry, I think we cross each other. Yes, certainly.
Oh, thanks. Yes. Of the £7.6 million planned for saving in this next financial year, as part of the budget savings, pretty well 50% is coming from adult social services budget. Could I have a little bit more detail about where those savings are actually going to strike? I don't expect to be told this particular level of management is going to be stripped out. That would be inappropriate. But if you could give us some more detail about how those savings and reductions are going to be made, that would be appreciated.
Sarah, will you take that one, please?
Yes, of course. So in the commissioning intentions, it talks about I think it's on page 30, and there's a long list of projects and programs there that the team are working through. As you might remember, the adult single program is, as well as a program to make savings, it's also more of a cultural change program. And it was through that we've changed the way that adult social care teams work and the use of the 3-tier conversation and try to become a more enabling service with a degree of success, I think, and certainly the staff are particularly enthused about that. So I don't know whether that's helpful, Nigel, or whether you'd want some more detail. I haven't got the detail to hand in terms of how the savings programs or how they will release savings as such. But these are the areas that we're working on as part of the adult single program, some of which are cultural change and some of which are to release savings.
Thanks for that. Yes, probably a bit more detail in due course would be welcome. I mean, if these are efficiency savings, then one has to ask, well, how long have the inefficiencies been known about? Was it back in 2017 or 2013? How long have we been sitting on some of these inefficiencies? But that may not be a question for you to answer, rather a question for Cabinet colleagues.
I'll come back on that if that's okay, Chair. First of all, I've been a Cabinet member now for adult social care for 8 years. And in that time, the service that we've been providing has completely changing. We're looking at more a community-based service. And as Sarah alluded to earlier on, we do not encourage people to stay into care homes immediately. What we try to do is support them in their own homes. And that saves an awful lot of money. And that is the way forward. And as it happens, a lot of older people and people who've got long-term health problems prefer to stay in their home. So this is what we aim to do. Equally with our transition service, as Carol alluded to, we had a lot of people out of county, young people who've been put out of county because nobody else could take them. That is all stopped. And what we're doing now is making sure that we keep people in county and people with complex needs too, who've been housed or looked after in all sorts of parts of the UK. We are now bringing people back in county. The government says that you've got to look after your own people, and we've been doing that. And that's actually giving us savings. And it's the right way too, because it obviously helps families visiting and things like that. The other thing too is about getting people to employment, people who would be on benefits. I mean, that doesn't save our budget directly, but it helps that overall people, money being saved. And the other thing I think I'd like to say is the technology. We are now moving into a time where we never thought technology would be taken up so much by older people. But then, strangely enough, the pandemic has more or less forced it on a lot of older people, and they like it. And we're hoping that our technology program of getting different equipment into people's homes to make their lives easier so they can maintain their independence is the way forward. Obviously, we're always looking at ways of trying to tidy up our service, modernise it. And we have consultants come in occasionally who tell us how we can better do things. And I think that's a part of a good proactive service. And we are one of the leading authorities in the country for new services and initiatives. And we're always being praised for that. And I think, that's the way we'd like to continue.
Very much for that, Kathy. That's really helpful. So it's not about arguing about the direction of travel. That's clearly said. It's just about the pace of that movement towards cultural change. Yeah, thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel. Next question, Stephen. So first of all, how many more people do wish to speak?
So I was just going to say, nobody else is indicated on my system. I can see Rachel just raising her hand up on the screen, and it's come up. So it's Rachel and then Leslie.
Okay, Rachel.
Thank you. And yeah, I just really wanted to pay tribute to the amazing work that's been done in adult social care and public health. Can you hear me? Oh, I think I lost connection.
Hey, perfectly right. So I muted myself.
Can you hear me? Sorry, everything connection was a bit dodgy then. It was interesting what you said at the end there, Kathy, about the kind of how, with employment, and I wonder how much further you perhaps would go in terms of things like not just particular patient transport, but kind of wider sort of interaction is there between some of our infrastructure projects and savings that we could see because of increased levels of health and well-being. So did anyone hear any of that? No.
Who wants to answer that?
Would you like me to start? I think I heard it. Just I'm check I'm correct, Rachel. What level of connection is there between the larger infrastructure projects that perhaps are being led by my colleague Colin Chick and the wider health and wellbeing benefits that could possibly be associated with those, and then whether there was any opportunity to release any efficiencies because of that? If I've understood the question correctly, then I think parts of my team did pre-COVID engage on the broader wise determinants of health. We had an active programme. We were very much involved with trying to help shape local planning policy to try and influence those aspects around health and wellbeing, healthy green travel, physical activity. That programme has been paused for the last 10 months for obvious reasons. But we did quite a lot of work with district planners. I like to think we planted the seed then. We were very much welcomed into that community. So I think the work is probably still ongoing. Whether it's actually been attached to any savings, I don't think we could make that connection at the moment, but certainly we had a robust programme in terms of trying to influence planning from that health and wellbeing perspective.
Thank you.
Sean, if I may, I'd just like to add to that the Health and Wellbeing Board has, as part of its work plan, issues related to looking at the larger infrastructure issues and its impact on health, and how we can use all agencies, all partners to work together more specifically to actually determine what the health benefits are. So as Sarah indicated, this is a work in progress, and the Health and Wellbeing Board will not be meeting in January because of the demands now put upon us through COVID, but the next meeting we will revisit our work plan and see where we go forward with this. So I've just put it at the top of my agenda for Health and Wellbeing Board. So thank you for asking the question.
The next, did you say, I think it's Leslie, isn't it, to come?
It's Leslie next, yeah.
Yes.
Very much. I wondered too, could the Health and Wellbeing Board consider pollution when it is thinking about determinants, because people will probably be aware of the case in London recently where a youngish child died through poor air pollution, and so that is something else which has to be considered when we're looking at the infrastructure. But the other point I wanted to make really was interesting comment by Cassie about older people taking to using technology. Technology has now been around for probably at least 20 years, and older people now were young when technology first started affecting people's lives. And so I'm not surprised that they use it. They've got time, and they've got much more time, and it won't be a new thing to them. It will be something that for the last 20 years has been part of their existence. So I think I think it's touch patronising to assume that they were all Luddites until pandemics came along. So I think we should be a bit kinder to them about their ability. They've probably been using it maybe longer than some of us.
Can I just come back on that remark, please, Chair?
It's not
Leslie,
a remark. It's not a. It's a observation, Cassie.
Leslie, can I just say it's not just all about computers. You know, it's about machines that go around cutting the grass nowadays. It's the machines that go around permanently hoovering your house all the time. It's about picking up a cat that meows at you so you think you've got a real cat living in your apartment. It's about timers on machines and cookers and things. Now, I'm a terrible technophobe, and I was forced to use a computer in 1999, and I'm still struggling with them. And I know a number of older people who've said they would not know what to do if they hadn't heard of Zoom and WhatsApp and all these other things that have suddenly come into their life in this last year, and it's making their life a lot easier. And I meet a lot of people who've told me that. So technology isn't just about computers, Leslie. It's about moving forward with other things. And it's Denzel's shopping list that I buy him for his birthday, a grass cutting machine, which I will do.
Thank you. I think we're talking there about the actual the pace of technological change rather than just technology itself, which seems to be going ever faster and faster. Is there anybody else who wants to ask a question?
Can I just make a couple of comments on that last thing? I will be brief. Firstly,
yes, Tim.
Not all older people are obviously at the same level with technology. I mean, I do agree that the Silver Surfers have, and it's been amazing to put people in contact with families. It's been a lifeline, but not everybody's at the same level. But the technology is coming on. I used to work for Age UK, and we piloted a number of schemes to help people stay in their homes and be supported. And there's some amazing stuff coming forward. So Kathy is right.
Thank you. I don't think we have any more questions. Just before we break for lunch, though, I think would be looking at the end of this today, where we have a report to go to well, first of all to ourselves and then on to Cabinet. Are there any particular themes which out of the session which we've just had, which people want to pick up on? I mean, we will be coming back to this at the end of the day, but I just thought we might just have a quick look at it now. Anybody got any particular themes?
Ian Dobie's just indicating to speak.
Yes,
I'd just like to pick up on the response to Nigel Robbins' question, which is, I think, really a really important point, which is that we need to know the details of some of the cuts which are being proposed, some of the savings, I should say, on adult social care. So I do think that this budget process needs to move quite quickly into providing those details, because that will enable us to see where some of those budget savings can potentially, I'd just say potentially, be questioned and, if necessary, reversed. So I just wanted to make the point, Sean, that we need that detail. It was promised, but no timeline was on that promise. So I'd like to push for a quick response on that one as part of our conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other point anybody want to make?
Phil's indicating there, Sean.
So who?
Phil or Phil is indicating.
Yeah, yes, Phil.
You're muted there, Phil.
Yeah, it was just on the point that I raised with Dave in relation to SARA as a voluntary organisation. Of course, they have to fuel their vehicles. I wonder if some small gesture at some point, maybe not a budget line, but at some point we could include SARA with some sort of standing donation. They've done some tremendous work this winter again and did last year. So it's just a thought, Dave.
It's a thought well made, Phil, and I support it. But there may be issues as they are a charity, how we can actually move money out of an authority budget into them. It's something I'm perfectly happy to talk to the chief with moving forward. But I wouldn't want to make any commitment here, and I don't think the authority should make a commitment until we've looked at the issues around a statutory authority funding a volunteer group.
Respect that.
Okay. If nobody's got any particular points which they want to make, I would like to thank very much Sarah and her team, and also Kathy, Tim, Dave and Carol. And we now break for lunch and we reconvene at 1:45. Everybody happy about that? Good.
Just another reminder, Sean, that the live stream will run throughout lunch. So if members can turn off their cameras and make sure the microphones are muted, it will run all day.
Okay. Thank you very much, Stephen. So thank you everybody for this morning, and we look forward to seeing you after lunch at 1:45. Bye-bye.
Hello. What was that call for? Oh yeah. Do you want me to ring him? Okay.
Stephen Hurst, if you can hear me, your microphone is on.
I'm ready when you want me, Stephen.
So we're a couple of minutes till 2:45.
No,
So
indeed.
According to my machine, we've got 3 minutes.
Fine. Just while we're waiting, Stephen, did you pick up any particular themes from the first one on the environment scrutiny?
So as I go through making notes, I'll flag up the odd little thing. But I think the key point to say when we get to the end is that the whole minutes will be going forward. So every comment members have made, we can, when we get to the end, members can identify the things that they particularly want to bring out. But all of the minutes will go forward to as part of the consultation.
Excellent. Okay. And anything from the first section too, presumably will the same comment, the same approach will follow. Excellent. Thank you. Well, I understand we have a new American president at last.
Another fortnight, Sean.
No. But he's being confirmed. I mean, yes, his ceremony isn't here for a fortnight, but he's actually been confirmed.
Oh, well, that is extremely good news. I thought what happened in Washington in the last 24
I think it happened something like 4 o'clock in the morning, actually.
Was truly scary.
Oh, it's horrendous.
Really very frightening. Just shows you how fragile society is.
Well, I think it's at long last the Republicans, all right, the senators, etc., have at last faced the truth a little bit, having been in cuckoo land. Lord.
Took them a long time. It's taken them a long time.
It's taken a very long time.
But I just think it's so scary that people can erupt so readily.
Oh.
Leslie, they erupted in Moscow or was it Leningrad in 1917, was it?
Oh, they did. You're right. Yep, they did.
I have a long memory. I wasn't there.
I'm so reassured, Ray.
Nonsense, cut your
Wasn't it Kerensky who was actually the equivalent of the Prime Minister at the time?
Sure, you're right, Sean. Nobody's going to argue with you.
No, somebody will be Googling it as we speak. But it is
busybody checking up on us.
Very, very frightening.
You're all right. You're in Dursley. You're in Stroud. Don't worry about it.
Oh, but we have anti-vaxxers in Stroud. We have our own little body.
Don't I know that you have your own little bodies?
Hang on. I think we're now time to get going.
Well, people will be pleased to see we're human.
Absolutely.
Serious now.
Anyhow,
or at least partly.
So welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. We're now going on to the Children and Young People's Scrutiny Committee. So welcome back, Patrick and Richard, and welcome Chris too. So if we can lead off with the cabinet members leading this off, and obviously, as and when necessary, Chris will come in. So I don't know, Richard, if you want to lead or Patrick wants to lead. Oh, there, Richard.
Yep, thank you very much, Chairman. I'm happy to start. Yep, I'm here now.
Good.
First of all, I'd like to thank the officers and councillors for their continued support that's been afforded to the children and families' budgets since the 2017 Ofsted judgment and before. Children and families' budgets are difficult to accurately forecast due to the external factors in society that influence children's lives on a daily basis. We have areas of the budget that can be forecast with accuracy, and then we have areas of the budget that are influenced by supply and demand and placement availability, not just in Gloucestershire, but also nationally. External placements are the biggest driver of the unknown cost areas, and even with the proposed budget increase of £3 million in that area, we will still have to watch this area for 2021-22 as it progresses. The introduction of Travone House and other proposed in-county accommodation being explored for children and young people will go some way to controlling this budget area, along with improved practice and partnership working. The number of children needed to come into care and the COVID effect that lockdown stresses in vulnerable families in the coming year also need to be considered as budget red flags in children's services. You can see from the papers the in-year pressure points, external placements, safeguarding staff costs, young people's support and management improvement costs. These are all addressed in the draft budget proposals, along with how we are mitigating risks and the challenges that we will face in 2021-22. Overall, I see this children's and families budget as setting a more realistic position financially for us to operate in, but I caveat the red flags and unknown areas that I've already raised with you. I'm happy now for Chris and Sue Hall from Finance to cover off the project areas that lay out the mitigation and risks and challenges that we have put in place to tackle some of the difficulties.
Okay, I'll share the presentation that's been circulated to you so you can see that on screen. So if I get this right. Okay, so just go through just a few slides so it's not death by PowerPoint. So the first slide is to looking at the forecast position that was produced for the Cabinet in December. It shows a 14.6 million overspend and a net position of 7.6 if you take out COVID. It is worth saying that the Cabinet report that will go to the January Cabinet will show an improvement of about £1 million on that figure. So it is worth really noting that the position is improving from that. The variances that I've listed below all include COVID expenditure. So what I'll just go through and do is just to say the position where we are on the screen, but also what the net position is that we're forecasting for January. So for external placements, that's showing 9.2, but once you take off the net COVID position, that's showing an overspend of about 5.1 million. Safeguarding staff, 1.5 million, but again, once you take off COVID expenditure, that reduces to 0.7 million. Young people support, 0.546. That reduces to just over 100k. Management, which is to do with the improvement journey and the extra capacity that we've had in, as on the screen, it's 753, and that reduces to 400k. And then home to school transport, again, a significant variance at 2.59. That reduces to 1.2, and it's the two areas that have really reduced between October and December, sort of the January position, are the home to school transport. That's due to receiving more grant for COVID related expenditure and a review of routes, but also safeguarding staff, where we've now got a new cohort of newly qualified staff in, and we've been bringing and reviewing all the establishments, which I'm sure Gail may pick up later. Just moving on then, just to pick up the investments that are in the budget that you've all seen, and really addresses the pinch points that we're currently facing, really. External placements, and as mentioned this morning by Steve, there's an additional £500,000 to add on to that. And we're also holding £1 million within a contingency to be able to meet that pressure as well for next year. Additional social work capacity, that picks up the cost of agency staff, where we're about 79 agency staff, I think, at the beginning of January, and also additional staff in children protection and IROs, and also legal costs. Special guardianships, that's where children transfer from being children in care to come under a special guardianship order. That's a growing trend and has been for many a year. Therefore, we're funding that growth trend. And then there's pay awards and allowance inflation, which relates to, the allowances relate to fostering allowances, adoption and SGOs as well. And also then some one-off funding for management capacity to continue. Within education, we've recognised the pressure on the home to school transport budget, significantly to do with SEN costs, but also the cost of procuring routes where when we go out to get new routes in, they're coming in at a much higher rate. Also support to children with SEND, looking to support the growth in education, care and health plans. And finally, some the pay awards and the transport inflation, 200k towards the transport inflation. And there's very small savings within vulnerable children education. The main area within education is 100k towards pension, reducing pension costs, which has been there for the last, I think, 5 years. We've been gradually reducing that pot as the commitments have reduced. So I'll now hand over to Chris to pick up the mitigating risks and challenges.
Okay, thank you very much, Sue, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm just going to go through 2 or 3 slides very quickly, just to introduce you to the actions that we're taking to mitigate our risks and challenges, which Sue has outlined. I do have the dream team with me, Gail and Wendy, who can give us the operational nuts and bolts. If you have questions to later on to interrogate us about any of these issues. The key issue really is this, and that is that we only ever spend our money on contracts or people. And
Chris, it's Sean Parsons. You are cutting out all the time at the moment.
That's it in the bottom line, really. So in terms of controlling our spend,
we can't hear you, Chris.
Our sufficiency strategy is absolutely front and central to that endeavour. And I just want to update you on a few elements of that which are beginning to bite and take effect.
Chris, I'm going to have to stop you.
Okay. Shall I go off? Let me go off. Let me go off.
Can you hear me now? Is there anybody who can take over from Richard? Anybody can take over from Chris?
Yeah, I'm happy while Chris tries to sort out his IT to go through the slide of mitigation risks and challenges.
Thank you.
Right. What we've got to do is control the amount of external spend that we have that we can't easily manage within the budget. So if we have, say, Travone House as an example of where we're doing work, Travone House will break even on 13 average placement costs, which are around 50,000 each per year per child or per young person. a week, then you're saving nearly £1 million in costs in Travone with just 2 placements. And those are the sort of things that our sufficiency strategy is driving us to do, to make sure that we can provide an in Gloucestershire market that we can afford and also provide the appropriate help for young people and children. We want to increase the number of foster carers that we have, and you can see on the slide that we're looking to achieve a 70-30 split, to make sure that we can offer the right provision in county to those young people. Let me just find the next slide for me.
Richard, it's Chris. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Do you want me to resume, Chair?
Yeah, you carry on, Chris.
Okay, I did hear what you said, Richard, so I won't repeat that. And I'll stay off video because that sometimes helps. So the point I was trying to make was that the key vehicle by which we contain costs and try and use our available budget more effectively is through our sufficiency strategy. This is in every way our attempt to manage the market, to ensure that we get the right mix of places for children so that we can make that right placement first time, thus reducing the chances of placements breaking down and children moving onto more expensive provision, which is usually the route that it takes. Richard there began to rehearse some of the strategy that we've got in place, the different elements of that, one of which is Travone House. We've got 7 young people in the process of being placed there, 2 already there, maybe more now. Wendy can update us. But 2 of those young people have previously been costing us £10,000 a week. So there should be significant savings as well as a better quality placement for those young persons involved in that. We're looking to develop further in-house provision. That's been earmarked within the sufficiency strategy and is already at the planning stage in terms of the capital programme. That involves the replication of Travone House for different cohorts of young people, and also an assessment centre and placement babies. And this is always a good example because we have current provision in county for about 5 of those placements for mother and babies. This year we've had something in the region of 15, so we always have to contract out, which is hideously expensive. So one of the elements of our sufficiency strategy is to deliver more capacity in county by developing a mother and baby placement for our young people. Another key aspect of this strategy is the development of our in-house foster care offer. That's increasing the utilisation of our existing cohort of foster carers, but also increasing the number and quantum of foster carers as well, so that we can tip that balance towards the 70-30 that Richard just referred to. Moving on to the second bullet point, our permanence project is really an attempt, along with the care ladder, to review all of the existing placements that we have for children and young people, to improve the destination and match between the two, and therefore offer better value for money, less breakdown of placement, and therefore more cost-effective use of our monies. And Gail can give you the detail around the permanence project and the next bullet around edge of care if you want more information. But one of the things that the focused visit from Ofsted highlighted was that our edge of care offer was underdeveloped, and that there's 3 prongs to that which we're looking at developing. One is diversionary activities, stop children coming into care in this place. The next is supporting children while they're in placement to avoid breakdown where issues arise. And the third one is reunification of young people back into the family or at least the local vicinity, wherever that's possible. Then over the page, looking at mitigating our risks and challenges too, if you could move on, Sue, thank you. I think it's true to say we clearly haven't cracked the placement issue, but we are well on the way of cracking the issue around workforce. When I came back in March 18, we had huge numbers of agency social workers, 187 we had in March 2018. It's now down to 79 as we sit here, and that's largely down to the pipelines that we put in place to deliver a more stable workforce, which included the over-recruitment of ASYEs, engagement in programs like Step Up and Frontline, recruitment of social workers from overseas, and offers through the Open University and the apprenticeship routes into the profession. That's really very good news indeed, because we've gone from something like a figure approaching 50% of our workforce being agency down to 21.2%, which is manageable. And the key issue there is that if you've got a stable workforce, it's easier to land improvement. So that workforce strategy is absolutely critical, as is the Social Work Academy and our links with research in practice. Together they make us a more attractive employer, and hopefully in the months and years to come, the employer of choice in the area, so that we leave this history of churn in the workforce behind us. We've also got a wider transformation programme, working with local partners to develop our early help offer. Now, this is relevant to children's social care and to education. If you intervene early and if you intervene effectively, then in essence what you do is you control those flows into more acute and higher cost services and interventions. So on both sides of the business, we've got a keen focus on developing our early help offer, which is a good value for money strategy. The other thing that we're doing is making the progression through the child's journey, or the workflow, whichever way you want to conceive of it, putting in place various gateways. And Wendy has been doing a lot of work developing placement panels and other gateway panels. So the placement panel so far this year has saved 1.1 million of efficiencies, and our access to resources panel has saved us over 700,000. Now those aren't savings in effect because we're overspending, but it's reduced the pressure on those budgets. Similarly, our joint additional needs strategy in the education part of the business is designed to deal with issues early through early intervention and stemming the flow of work through the business to the point where young people need education, health and care plans. So we're trying to deal with issues before that's required and therefore reduce the costs involved. And then lastly, if we look at the last overhead, Sue, please. Some of the ongoing risks and challenges. You would probably expect me to say this, but we're not unlike many other authorities in terms of children's services. The LGA is quite publicly stressed that there's a £3 billion gap in the children's service budget nationally, and that will manifest itself by 2025. So there's some post there. Steve's own professional body, the Society of Local Authority Treasurers, are also reporting large pressures on children's social care budgets and on education budgets. And just to give you a couple of staggering figures, the overspend on the high needs budget in Surrey is 80 million, not 14, and in Kent it's 65. And there's quite a large number of counties where the high needs budget is completely out of control. So Again, in terms of numbers, if you look at the number of EHCPs on the education side of the business, we're pretty much in keeping with national averages. And if you look at the numbers of children in care, then we are slightly above similar authorities, but we're not an outlier. So we're not an authority whose costs are predicated on us not getting thresholds right. That would be the general deduction that one could make. So that's the backdrop nationally. If we look at the numbers of children in care, and this is quite interesting because it's increased in the last 12 months by about 60 in the round. And we're now at a point where, although we've got 747 listed on my, I'm looking at a slightly earlier version of risks and challenges, and I see yours says 800. It has risen to 800, just a little over now. But we've been able to contain our costs. We've actually accommodated 60 children and young people to similar costs. There's only been modest increases in placement costs over the last 2 or 3 months. That budget's been stable. So hopefully we've begun to curve on the placements budget as well. But there are some real worries and bear pits, I suppose, in the 12 months ahead. We don't really know what the impact of COVID is going to be. There are certainly going to be further demand pressures that emerge due to the ongoing impact of COVID as families' resilience is worn down. There may also be a bounce back in terms of referrals and numbers of children requiring CP plans, children in need, and children needing to be taken into care by the local authority. The predictive analytics that we did aren't really showing that bounce back as yet, but I do believe that it's still in the system and we will experience that at some point. So workflows are a little bit uncertain. So that's one of the things that we need to be aware of. Gail's teams have been doing a fantastic job in trying to address the repeat activity issue, re-referrals, repeat child protection plans, and subsequent care episodes. There's still a lot more work to do on that, but we've got good plans in place which are beginning to bite and have traction. The retention and recruitment of staff we covered really in the workforce, but the latest pandemic does mean that we probably won't be inspected as soon as we might have anticipated. We were anticipating being inspected around about April time, but because now we're likely, I guess it's anybody's guess, but my best guess is probably till the end of March, we'll be in lockdown. So Ofsted won't resume their focused visits until after that. And then and only then will they start, I think, doing full X-ray inspection. So I think the earliest point at which we can expect an inspection will be June, July time, maybe a little later. And of course, we do have costs associated with being in intervention and maintaining our improvement journey by employing a number of consultants. But again, we've been very active around trying to in-source extra monies, and we've been successful in an application that we made to the DFE Innovations and Intervention Unit, a bid that Gail wrote that led to over £500,000 worth of additional monies to support improvement work. So I think probably that's all I need to say. The other couple of things that aren't on your list, though, are the impact of transition. Because of COVID, children aren't transferring to adult social care at the point where they should. And again, Wendy will give you the details on this, but at the last count, there were 54 young people who should have transferred to adult social care, for whom we're holding responsibility and therefore costs. And 13 of those are very highly complex young people and involve high costs. Now, that doesn't have an impact on the bottom line for GCC PLC, but it does, if you like, have an impact on the overspend within children's services because those costs aren't cited where they should be and they remain with us. The other risk that isn't on that list is the maintenance of the Troubled Families Grant. I think that's been signposted to continue throughout 21-22, but it is a significant amount of money. And if it comes to an end in 22-23, that will be something that we have to anticipate and account for and provide for. So I think that's probably all I need to say at this stage, Chair, and face the music in terms of questions.
Thank you very much. That was very comprehensive. Patrick, if it's all right for you, I think it'd be sensible for us to take questions at this stage, unless there's anything particular which you wish to say briefly.
No, I think Chris covered it all off on my particular area. It is the dedicated schools grant that I'm involved in and the pressures there. But I think Chris outlined what the issues are. So I'm just happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. So questions, please. Stephen.
So Ben Evans is first.
Ben.
Thanks. Yeah, it's people hear me before I set off. Yeah. So for Richard, so I'm pretty surprised that you started off by saying that you can't predict, or you can't predict what the budget's going to be. So there was a £14 million overspend this year. If we take COVID-related costs, let's say about 7 million. There was a £7 million overspend the year before. There was a £9 million overspend the year before. So, I mean, let's guess. I mean, surely there's some way of predicting that you're spending, on average, £7 or £8 million more than you say. But more interestingly than that, in 2018-19, the reason given for that was that you were really surprised by the number of kids in care, which was 698 at that point. And then in 1920, that you were really surprised by the number of kids in care, which was 772. And in 2021, the reason is that you're really surprised by the number of kids in care, which is 800, an increase of, let's say, 28 on last year. Is there, what I'm trying to get to is, we know that you're going to overspend. You must know you're going to overspend. You do it every year. Would it not make much more sense for officers, for Chris and the officers underneath him, to know what the budget is to begin with and to work from that budget, rather than pretend it's one thing and then at some point in the year pretend to be surprised by the number of kids in care and to overspend it? That to me seems like really bad financial management, and it also seems to really tie the hands of officers to provide a mediocre, as cheap as they can service, and then to feel that it's almost cap in hand to come with costs that, because let's be honest, in a year's time you'll be here saying we've overspent by £8 million because we've been surprised by them. That's what you do. But wouldn't it be much more sensible to let those costs out now?
I'll field that in as much as what I'll say is that we have now got a budget that is probably the right budget we should have for children's services. Back in days before, back in 2015, 16, 17, the budget probably wasn't where it should be. But it is now, and it's had to grow over the last number of years. Under Steve Mawson this year, we've set a realistic budget that we believe is the right budget for children's services. But I do have to caveat that with, we've put 3 million into children's, and there is a further million that we can allocate to make it 4 for external placements. But we still don't know the effects of COVID on the number of children coming into care. So we've actually increased the budget, as you can see, 14, 7 or 9, 7, 7, 14, and now again by another 9 in total. But external placements is a specific issue. We've now, what we think is captured the right costs and the right budget to cover that. But I have to be realistic with you at this stage and say we are looking back, and if we come in on budget, then that's going to be great. But we don't understand everything that's happened yet. We don't understand some of the issues that were laid out this morning. And you can shake your head, Ben, but the thing is that you cannot judge for the unseen. And I can't ask the finance officer to say, well, chuck another 10 in just to make sure that we don't overspend. So I can say to the council, oh, look, good, we didn't overspend. We've gone to the finance team and we've said, please set us, looking at all of the previous experiences that we've had, the right budget going forward for 21-22. And they've done that. But I am being realistic and saying that I think this is, and I said it in my opening, I think this is the right budget for us, but there is some red flags throughout this year around COVID and the impact on families, vulnerable children, and we have to make sure that, you know, I have to realistically tell you that those might be factors that come forward. Back in the summer, the team in children's did analytics to look at when the spike, we could expect a spike coming to children's services. And we waited for that spike and it hasn't come. But then we had another lockdown. And then we got another lockdown. And now we got another lockdown. So we're having to constantly revisit the analytics that were done back in the summer to try and understand trends coming in. We've set aside money within the budget to cater for that rise of children coming in. We've got a MASH that we've got set up and ready with staff and budgets available to manage any increased influx. So we've arranged all that and we've done all that, but we still don't know at this stage if there will be one. All the analytics and the work that we've done suggests that there will be a further spike going into 2021 and 22, but we don't know when that spike will come or how big it'll be. But we have set aside, and I'm sure that the finance team and Chris and Sue can tell you more about some of the financial detail that sits behind some of those plans that we've made. But this is a realistic budget. I'm hoping that this budget will be sufficient going through, but with the unknowns that we face in COVID, I can't sit here now and promise you that this will deliver. But I'd be happy for you to replay this tape in 12 months and prove me right or wrong, and I'll be able to explain to you why it either did or didn't hit its mark. But that's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. I think we'll probably go to the next question.
Sean, I think Steve Mawson indicated, so I just want to...
Okay, fine, Steve. Steve?
Yeah, I just think one extra thing is the COVID element. And as Richard rightly says, there is some element in there that's additional COVID. And Pete did mention it earlier this morning. We do have £11.5 million of additional COVID money for 21-22. And I would expect a sizable element of that will be needed on children's social care as we start to see those costs that are in children's at the moment reduce, but they won't disappear. And so I would expect some element of that 11.5 million will be needed in children's social care. And we're not allocating it now because we want to track those cases that are related to COVID and see where the final costs end up. It is challenging. As Richard rightly points out, it's challenging to predict. And no local authority can always predict enough. The bit that I've been really pleased with the progress on colleagues this year is if you look at the projections that we've been making and colleagues have been making since June of 2019, they have remained stable. And as Pete outlined this morning, the stability is the key, because that gives you confidence about being able to project into the next financial year. You always need some growth, as colleagues have done on the figures that are there today, but I've been really pleased with the progress that has been made on the care ladder and this efficiency strategy, so we can place some reliance on those future projections.
Thank you very much, Steve. We'll move on. The next person, please.
So, Brian Robinson.
Brian.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, okay. I mean, I think listening to Ben's question, I've been a councillor for quite a long time, and when I was first on the Children and Family Scrutiny, we were worried about having 400 children in care, and obviously it's gone steadily increasing. In fact, we've now got double that number, and we understand. We've been listening to the reasons behind some of that, and I can see the steps we've been making on the reducing the dependency on agency workers, the building our own social worker team. But there's a couple of areas I feel that I'd like a bit more information on. One is the in-house foster caring service. We have for years been saying we want to build our in-house foster caring team. but we don't seem to be doing so. It seems to be sort of sticking at about the same sort of level. I'd be interested in knowing what the direction of travel on that. Have we got more in-house foster carers, or are we actually losing some? And why is it we don't seem to be able to actually hit the level of in-house foster carers that we really want? And the second area, to me, is around children coming into care at all. It feels like we're missing a point. That could we be doing more in those families to make sure that they don't need to come into care? And over the last sort of 6, 7, 8 years, we have sort of trimmed away things like youth support. And I just wonder whether we ought to go back and reevaluate whether we could do more at the front end. I mean, taking on board what adult care services are doing, they're trying to keep people in the home and support them in the home. Is there something we could be doing to support children in the home so that we don't actually need to be taking them out of care, which at the end of the day, whilst it's essential that we do it where necessary, it is a second best option. If we could actually help them stay in good care in their own homes, that would be even better.
So, Chair, I think in answer to those questions, I'll invite Gail Hancock, who has oversight of those two areas, to describe what we're doing in detail around supporting the growth of the foster care service and also our entry to care service, which is in the early stages of development. Do you want to just rehearse what we're doing, Gail, for Councillor Robinson, please?
Yes, thank you, Chris. Good afternoon. It's Gail Hancock here. I'm the Interim Director for Children's Safeguarding and Care. I'll happily take those two questions. So, Councillor Robinson, in respect of the question that you asked regarding in-house foster care provision, I directly line manage that service. The head of service reports directly to me. So we have a service-specific improvement action plan in place between January and November 2020, which is the most up-to-date data that's been reported prior to this meeting. We'd recruited 40 new foster carers. We had two key targets, key performance indicators within in-house fostering service. The first relates to capacity. So our target is that at any point in time, we would expect to be actively utilising 75% of our approved in-house foster carers. There will always be a number of foster carers that at any point in time are not available to receive children and care for them. That could be due to illness, family crisis, divorce. It may also be because foster carers legitimately need a break. So if they have cared for a child for a long time and then has placed that child for adoption, it is quite usual for a foster carer to want to have a break prior to taking on the care of another child. So our capacity has increased significantly this year. In the beginning part of the year when I took up position, a significant underperformance. But now I'm pleased to say that the last performance report that we have says that we're 1% over our target. So we're now operating at 76% with a target of 75% capacity. And we have a number of improvement measures in place to improve and develop the service further. I report on those issues on a monthly basis to the improvement board. But the target that you heard about from Chris earlier on, which is the split between in-house foster care placements and placements with independent fostering agencies, the target there is 70 to 30. And that is a target that we have to meet for 2022. So that's the trajectory that we're on. If we continue to recruit at the rate we have been recruiting this year, and the net number of foster carers remains as it is, there's a positive trajectory to meet that target in 2022. In respect of the second question that you posed, Councillor, regarding what is work that we're doing to support families so that their children don't have to come into our care. I'm leading on a service review, have been for a few months now. The internal review will be complete on the 23rd of this month, which allows us to move ahead with our plans to develop a new edge of care service, which will have a new edge of care support offer. Chris mentioned in his opening that there will be 3 key areas of focus. The first one being diversion. So what is it that we can do with families to help them to continue to care for their birth children? We have done a significant amount of research regarding best evidence, and through the monies that have been obtained from the DFE, which Chris referred to, that I have an external transformation consultant working with me at the moment, and we have scoped a model of practice called the Intensive Family Preservation Service. Its origins lie in America, but it's used quite extensively in Wales at the moment. A number of English local authorities have this model of practice. It is the model of practice that has the best evidence behind it to ensure that it's between 40 and 45% of successful diversions. So that is the model that we are looking to implement. It's subject to some decisions that need to be made at our new transformation programme board, but we have that scheduled for the 13th of this month. We have a number of elements within our existing service that position us very well for the Intensive Family Preservation Service, and assuming we obtain all the approvals and agreement, I'm very confident that we would be able to get this up and running. We've got staff. We have some of the particular skills that are required already. So I'm not anticipating that this would necessarily require a very long lead-in time. It will require some lead-in time, but I do think that is going to be quite a key improvement and development, which should address very well the point that Ofsted made in their recent focused visit, which is about addressing the edge of care service, which they refer to as the second front door. So I'm hoping that that's a helpful response with some of the details of what we're doing, what we have done and what we continue to do at the moment.
Girls, thank you very much.
Thank you, very interesting.
Very helpful. More questions, Peter?
Leslie Williams is next.
Oh, surprise. Leslie.
Thank you, Sean. And thank you very much. Oh dear, I just have made various notes. So it's forgive me both, Chris and Richard, it's a random collection. The first thing I wanted to ask about was Travone. I suspect that COVID is delaying young people going into Travone, and I wondered how long that delay was likely to last. And I hate mentioning this, but at what cost? Because all the time people aren't in Travone saving the council money, they're in costly placements elsewhere. And I do hope they're not in what are being talked about again, which is unregulated places. An article in one of the newspapers about it in the week. So that's the first thing, if somebody could give me some clue about that. Is the investment in SEND enough? Because I know it's an area which is growing. So that's another concern. I will yet again go back to talking about the formative period of a child's life, the first 100,000 days or 1,001 days, because all the evidence shows that the more that is done in that period, the less likely you are to see children falling out of school exclusions, people not being able to get jobs, they will be able to get skills to get into work. The long-term cost to society of not putting in that investment into young people in their first 3 years is so well documented. I mean, maybe what Gail was talking about earlier with this sort of preservation is maybe that's going to be part of it. I hope so. but it is just so well documented that that period is important, and the long-term savings, if you want a good business case, are there. So I will just continue to be vocal about this for as long as I can be. And I would also support Brian's view about the loss of youth services. I mean, that too has an effect. I mean, I know locally that the people who do outreach work are still doing their utmost to keep in touch with the young people in the division I represent. So please, can we also consider that when we're looking at what we can do to be supporting these young people, because the longer COVID goes on, the
Actually,
worse.
Leslie, I think you've asked the question.
Okay, well, forgive me, but I do, Sean, feel like
I know you feel very strongly about it.
Well, it's good. But we're talking about COVID now as being something which is effective. Before that, it was austerity. The children's services have been starved of cash over the last 10 years. And so there is so much to make good, and maybe it is funded at the right level now. I jolly well hope so. Could we please have a comparison with an authority that is more like us? Surrey and Kent are not. They're both closer to London. They've both got double the population. So I'm not sure that they're the best to be compared with. So I would just ask that we could see somebody that is slightly more realistic. But I hope my questions, such as they are, can be answered, please. And one has to be able to make the point at some point in all this.
Okay, Chair, would you like me to start that response, or Richard?
Yes, certainly. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, Chair, I'll run through them first, but for more detail, I'm sure that Chris and his colleagues can come in. With Travone, Chris and I were talking about this the other day. The facility has been up and running for 5 or 6 weeks. Chris is going to get me just an interim report to find out how the first month's been going. I know that to my knowledge, there hasn't been a delay. We've had 2 residents just move in the last couple of days. As you know, we've said from the start that the whole idea of Travone is not just to throw the full amount of young people into there that we could from the start. It's to allow the home to develop and the staff to develop their strengths and skills. So we've only got a handful of young people in there at the moment as we go forward, making sure that we have the right people, the right place and the right support. And so that's the ethos of Travone, and that's what we've sent to do. Send is investment enough for this? I don't know whether or not it is. We've got a number of projects looking at what we have to do, and then when we understand what has to be done, then we'll need to find the funding if the funding isn't there. The first 1,001 days that you refer to, Leslie, we work really hard in children's services to identify babies pre-birth even, to make sure that we can protect them. And the development of the mother and baby unit in county is making sure that we can support those families appropriately in county with making sure those young people are safe, and protecting the unborn baby is also very key to that. And I know from discussions that I've had with Chris and his colleagues that we have a number of cases where children who are yet to be born are being tracked and plans developed for them already before they're born to make sure that they're protected. So I'm happy to hand over to Chris and his colleagues to answer any questions in more depth. Thanks.
Thank you, Richard. I'll come back to the Travone House at the end and ask Wendy to give you a smack bang up to date report on that aspect of provision. But in relation to Send, this is a really, really complex scenario. So a lot of Send pressures are related to the way that school funding is arranged. So you've got dedicated schools grant, or DSG as it's known, funded services. Now, they're due to overspend, as you'll see from budget papers, by 14.4 million in 2021. But that includes a deficit of 8.4 million that was rolled forward from the previous year, and a deficit budget that was set at the beginning of this year because of the growing numbers of children with special educational needs requiring placement. So that deficit budget was set and agreed. And the reason for that is that in essence now, this isn't a local authority owned deficit. It's a schools owned deficit. But there's no chance at all of the schools absorbing that deficit. And the central government have exonerated us or released us from the responsibility of ensuring that deficit is covered. So we're in this strange sort of twilight zone of having a deficit that rolls forward each year and grows, because it's not our responsibility to balance that particular budget, and it's accepted that schools can't do it either. So we're hoping that the current government review of SEND will give us a long-term solution to this, and that is the position we find ourselves in. So that overspend is quite modest compared to some, and I did quote Kent and Surrey, and forgive me, Leslie, if they're not stat partners of ours or statistical neighbours, rather. We can certainly give you those, and Steve Rawson gets the Treasurer's report on a regular basis for county treasurers, and a large proportion of those counties, some of whom are our statistical neighbours, are reporting large overspends on the DSG, and particularly the high needs budget. So it is kind of quite a difficult and complex situation around high needs, but that doesn't exonerate us from efforts to try and control it. We are doing that. We've got a high needs strategy which has as a number of its elements activities which are designed very specifically to contain costs. So we're looking at redesigning the service that creates the education, health and care plans, to look at gateways, to look at thresholds in the same way that Wendy and her team and Gail and others have been looking at thresholds and gateways into children's social care. We've expanded all of our special schools now to the hilt to try and accommodate children locally, which is always much more cheaply done than if we have to place them out county. And we've bid for and been successful in achieving monies and funding for a new SMEH school, which is due to open, I think, in 22-23, maybe sooner. That's going to be at Brockworth and will provide a number of in-county placements. We're looking at more flexible use of alternative education provision. That's what traditionally is known or referred to as our pupil referral units, but we call it alternative education provision here in Gloucestershire, to make that much more flexible and a revolving door that so that children come into the centres, have their issues addressed, and then through that revolving door return to their host schools. At the moment, they're acting a little bit like special schools. It's one-way traffic. That's not what they were designed to do. So I think we need to refresh and re-establish the process for alternative education provision. And also, quite rightly, Leslie pointed out the need and the cost benefits of early intervention. And so there is a much, a well-articulated argument, and that's reflected in our strategy as well for early intervention to prevent the escalation of problems at a later point in a child's education. The second point, in fact, that's a good segue into this, or last point that Leslie raised, is the first 1,000 days of life. And we have made a number of changes to our early years provision in the way that we intervene and support providers, which has led to quite a significant improvement in school readiness. I prefer to, we call it, the system calls it school readiness. In other words, children being ready to go to school. I much prefer child-ready schools, because I think it's schools that need to be ready to receive all kinds of children, not just ones they expect to receive. So I think there's some good news there. I would fully support better funding for early intervention. I wouldn't be telling you the truth if I didn't. You know, to be completely radical, you know, I'd much prefer to see the sorts of rates of spend on sixth forms on early years reversed with the rates of funding on early years. Because at sixth form, we have some of our best teachers in schools teaching 4 or 5 very able young people in A-level classes, and some teachers struggling with 30 plus children, you know, in very difficult and challenging circumstances. So if I had my way, I'd almost tip that whole system upside down so that the funding goes in at the front end rather than at the top end. But of course, there are all sorts of historical and other reasons why funding is much more skewed to older children than to younger ones. So those are my comments on the last 2 elements of Councillor Leslie Williams' questions. The first one I'll leave to Wendy to give you a fuller explanation for. So Wendy, if you take on the Travone House question, please.
Wendy, so I'm just interrupting for a second. If you can make it fairly brief, please, I'll be grateful.
Oh, yeah, I'm quite happy. I have put it in the chat, Leslie, for everyone to see. So currently there are 5 young people living at Travone House. We've got 3 more young people that will be moving in over the next few weeks. The emergency and pace bed comes online next week. We aimed for 9 young people by the end of March, so we're on target to bring those young people in. Some of them are very complex. One young person, she's coming out of Tier 4 hospital after 6 years. So there's lots of work for us to do. And then obviously going on next year, within the first 5 months, we'll have hopefully 1 young person moving in per month. So we really are on target to move the project forward, even with COVID. So we've worked hard with the provider for that.
Thank you very much. Was there anybody else you wanted to have speak, Chris?
Thank you. The one thing you didn't mention were youth services for older children, older young people.
Shall I do that, Chris? Are you quite happy?
Yeah, Wendy, take that, please.
Yeah, okay. So as you know, well, everyone knows as well, we were planning to put out the youth service to the market because obviously it's a contracted service for Gloucestershire this year, but because of COVID, we asked for an extension. We are still planning to go out to the market this year. There will be the launch of a new youth strategy, which will come out around March, April time, in line with that to go back out to the market. So that will all come to Cabinet for sign-off as well. We're not looking at reducing services, but what we are doing, Leslie, definitely is looking at, and what we looked at in the task group was how we make that offer, you know, a universal offer as well as a targeted and a specialist offer. And we've done lots of work during COVID, and we've done a Jingle Bells Christmas programme and everything with a lot of voluntary sector and community providers for young people to ensure that, you know, we do see our young people, we are engaged with them.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Do we have how many more people do we have wishing to speak?
So I've got Ray Fiodley, Rachel Smith, and Kate Hay.
Okay, Ray.
Thank you, Sean. Well, just to preface my remarks by saying I think this is probably the most difficult area that the county council runs. It's difficult because of who his customers are, and it's difficult because it's statutory and on demand, and we have very little control over who comes into our service here, and that for any organisation is the most difficult problem. And we have tried over the years to various ways. You know, Sean, that you have been associated with a special school, so have I, and we know that model has its defects, and the county council ditched it. We also know that they have run other homes. That hasn't worked because they've been crowded with other social problems, and so we go on, and we try to find a solution to this. It's no consolation to know that other authorities are many millions of pounds more overdrawn than we are. It's a national issue, and what puzzles me is where is the source? You know, where are the people coming from? Because as somebody has pointed out quite rightly, a short while ago it was 600, and now it's up to 800. And what is causing this, and how do How do we deal with it at base? Because unless we do, we're just going to be confronted all the time with this ever spiraling cost. And although we've got some charges are £109,000, is it for outside an average outside placement? And I think that the highest I've ever heard is something like 250,000. I mean, these are huge costs individually over which we have very little control. So I do feel that we do our best. It would be no surprise to me if this budget is bust. It's been bust several times over the last few years, as we've already been pointed out. But we cannot underestimate the difficulties. We can try and control the costs. We can experiment with how we handle it, and that side of it we can actually have some influence on. But what worries me is that we have no influence on the input, where these people come from. And it's not just us. Every authority around the country seems to have the problem. I heard that Essex has a less of a problem than some of the rest of us, and of course we are in touch with Essex for other matters that they may be able to advise. But I don't underestimate this. I have no confidence that we'll meet the budget. I'm sure that it's done with best of good faith, but conditions are just not in our favour. And this COVID issue is bound to make things worse. With children not at school, God knows what they'll be doing, and we're bound to find that we've got more customers on our door this time next year than we had this year. So I sympathise entirely with what's being done. I do think we're trying our best to reduce the cost and to manage it in a safe and mindful of our duties to these people. But they are very difficult people to manage, as Sean and I have both seen at very close quarters. And this is no easy task, but we must expect to dig deeper into our pockets, I think, and it's just a question of how far. I'm sorry, Chairman, that was a bit of a rant, but I did want to get that off my chest.
I'm going to stop you there, Ray. You've had your rant. I think you did have a serious question at the beginning of that, though, which I don't know, Chris, if you want
it's
to
all
answer.
serious, Sean. Come on.
Sorry?
Could I come in, Chair? Can I come in, Chair, and just say a few words on that?
Yes.
I mean, I think Ray is absolutely correct. This is a particularly difficult part of the service, and historically it has been reactive in that respect, which gave us very little control over what was happening. I think our strategies now are about being more proactive and preemptive, so getting in early, trying to identify where the potential problems coming down the stream are, and actually try and nip them in the bud. One example is the EHCP, for instance. Whereas when a child went into CP, we then had statutory duties that we had to discharge to help that. But of course, by the time the child has got there, it's kind of, we're then just following the process. What we're now doing, and our new strategy, is to get in there earlier and work with the schools to identify those children who may end up as an EHCP, and actually give the schools the resource earlier on to try and avoid that outcome. And I think that's the sort of approach we're taking across a lot of this service, to try and manage the costs by not managing who comes into us, but by trying to work earlier with those who could potentially come into us. And one other comment I'd like to make is Leslie and the 1,000 days, the 3 years. That is such an important period for every child, and certainly so more important for those disadvantaged. I think Chris is right. We really should flip the funding in some respects. And I've got to be honest, that's one of the reasons why I think the early years settings are still open now, because we really can't let these children slip through the net. We have to do everything we possibly can to give them the absolute best start they possibly can get in life. If their attainment gap is reduced to early years, it just gets wider and wider as they get older. So I think it's vital, and I certainly think education, I think the pandemic has shown us that education and health are the cornerstones of our society. And I have been fighting, I will fight to make sure that we give education and health the recognition it needs now within society, and build on what we've realised, and actually make sure that we invest in our future by investing in our children.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Patrick. Is it okay if we move on to the next question?
So it's Rachel Smith.
Rachel.
Chair, Sorry.
Hello there. Hi. So perhaps by way of some kind of declaration of interest, I had children placed with me for adoption a few months back. So if you hear some background noises, that's what it is. I'm kind of really shocked. It's just really shocking to hear about children in care being referred to as customers because they did not choose to be in the position they were in. And, I think it's disgraceful that we have a market to deal with this in that kind of way. The idea that people make profit from the misfortune of others is just always abhorrent to me, but that's just a little comment on that. I think that I would like to put in a particular question. It was sort of this idea that there's going to be a spike at some point, either down to kind of just the referrals that will come in that haven't been coming in, and because of the additional stresses placed on families during COVID. I wonder, just speaking from my own kind of experience really, is that there's a lot of administrative burden associated as well with when COVID finally releases, just on things like getting children in care to dentists and that kind of stuff. And I know that that is an administrative burden to social workers and also for health and like health kind of stuff. And I just wonder if that has been factored in when lockdown eventually lifts and foster carers are sort of able to find, because a lot of those appointments have just been stopped. That's my experience anyway. So I wonder if you could comment on that, Chris, or others. Thank you.
Rachel, it's Rich Boyles. Gail Hancock's been leading on that for me, and she'll be the best person to respond with regard to those questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I'm happy to respond to that. I think I picked out two key issues. One is to do with our demand management. So under our business continuity planning, I chair the Children's Social Care Bronze meeting a number of times each week. We've been doing that throughout the pandemic. We start on an 8:30 meeting with all relevant heads of service, members of the senior leadership team and our corporate business partners as well. So on a once a week basis, we have a performance report from the head of service for MASH, the Multi-Agency Safeguarding Hub, which is to report on all the new incoming contacts and referrals coming from partners, members of the public, etc. We have seen throughout the pandemic, ever since March, a reduction when compared to the data pre-COVID of new contacts and referrals. Our starting point is that we don't believe the needs of children have suddenly disappeared. It's due to the lockdowns that we've had and perhaps the less visibility that a number of children have had during the last few months. So the predictive analysis that Chris was referring to is based on what we understand of business as usual pre-COVID, and looking at that in terms of what we are calling latent demand. We anticipate that what we haven't seen over the last few months during the pandemic and certainly lockdown periods is the number of contacts and referrals that we would usually anticipate seeing. And so the latent demand we anticipate will come through the system. It hasn't come through yet. The reduction in statutory work I'm referring to here has varied between about 25%, 33%, 50%. So, a quarter, a third, a half every week. So we're plotting that routinely and rigorously. What we have, however, seen is that contacts and referrals that don't meet the threshold for a statutory social work intervention have increased significantly. So early help referrals have been consistently a third or a half of all new incoming work, more than it would be ordinarily. And this was the comment that Chris was referring to in respect of, as each month goes by, we are seeing that parents are requiring additional support, their resilience in terms of their own parenting, but also some really difficult scenarios that families are facing through loss of job, or the fact that they've been furloughed, they might be on less income or no income, the savings that they have had, the resources within their extended family and friendship groups may have been exhausted now. And so what we're seeing is a group of families with children who we had previously not ever had any contact with, as a result of these additional stresses that they're having to face, and also some fuel and food poverty that has come around as a result of the pandemic. All of those factors are things that we track very, very closely, and has had an impact on the contacts and referrals that we have been receiving. We anticipate at some point, once we are through the lockdown and when the vaccination programme starts to take more of a hold, and we hopefully get on top of the COVID-19 and the variant that is more transmissible at the moment, that we will probably start to see increased numbers of contacts and referrals, and everything that we haven't seen will come through. So our predictive analysis did anticipate that coming through towards the end of November last year, but the analysis had not taken into account the second lockdown, and it certainly hadn't taken into account the third national lockdown. So as you can see, I think all of the baseline analysis remains. It's just when we're going to see it. So that's what I'd say with respect to demand at the front door for statutory and early help services. The other issue regarding dental services for children in care, this has been taken up at the corporate parenting board that Councillor Boyles chairs, and it has been addressed on at least the last 2, if not 3 meetings, but I have taken action away. So dental services for children are commissioned through and provided by National Health Service. There are some dental surgeries that are opening on the high street, but we have provision. There would be no child in care that had a dental emergency that we wouldn't be able to respond to. And we are in consultation with our health colleagues in the CCG about making provision for prioritising the routine dental health checks that might be outstanding for any child in care. So we clearly have that issue in our sight. We have made some provisions, but we do still need to work through each individual child or young person to make sure they've actually received either a routine exam that they may be due. But I can assure members that there wouldn't be any reason why a child or young person in our care isn't accessing or isn't able to access emergency dental care should that be required. We have already done that on a number of occasions, so I'm quite confident that would stand us in good stead.
Thank you, Gail. That was most interesting, and in fact, as Rachel just said, very reassuring. I think we've got one more person with a question, isn't it?
So we've got Kay Hay and also Leslie Williams has put her hand up as well.
Kate, we are out of time.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just to pick up on what Councillor Theodolou said, I don't think it's true to say that we have no influence on the input, but it is about where we're spending our money. And Councillor Molyneux's comments about early intervention and its importance in response to Councillor Williams is absolutely correct. So we do have influence on the input or the children who need our care, because we can roll out services earlier, do earlier identification of problems. And I think that really does have to be the focus of our investment, because as we all know, the later you leave it, the more expensive and protracted these problems become. But I actually wanted to address the comment earlier about youth services and going out to find a provider for that. Yeah, have we considered the value that we've seen in other parts of the council's activities of bringing some of that provision in-house and actually developing our own expertise, so we're not a hostage to profit-driven contracts, but also in working with community groups who can often provide youth work, especially outreach youth work in communities, at a much lower cost than these big contracts that we insist that we are the only way to go forward. I really would be interested to see if we considered, firstly, an in-house provision and an actual youth service that that gets out there and does that preventative work with our young people, and also that we work more with our community groups in a way that we believe we do for adult services with the Know Your Patch work. So those are my questions.
Who would like to answer that?
So would you like me to take those, Chair?
Yes, do.
Okay, so in terms of the youth services, Wendy's already referred to the fact that the contract comes up for review in the next 12 months. There is no sacred cows. Wendy would endorse that. And no slavish adherence to either outsourcing or insourcing. It's what's going to be in the best interests for our children that will drive our recommendations. And we're certainly not in the position we were, say, 10 years ago, where the whole fashion was all about outsourcing. I think that particular ball is bouncing back now, and we're getting a much more balanced view about whether we insource or outsource or provide services ourselves, or even through a hybrid model like we are doing with Travone House in partnership with a third party like the Shore Trust. So that is a consideration, Councillor, that we will take on board in renewing that contract. And more generally, if you look at our the way that we operate when contracts come up for review or when we're developing a new provision, what we will consider is whether we can do it ourselves. And if we can do it ourselves, and as well as anybody else, then we should be doing it ourselves because it's local provision. The only rule that I have, I suppose, is that we should only really be outsourcing where somebody can do it better than us, and we can't do it for whatever reason. And there will be circumstances where, for very highly complex and low incidence cases, where we do have to continue to outsource. But generally speaking, I think local provision for local children is the best offer. And if we can do it ourselves, then we will. And that is very much the principle that underpinned the strategy that Wendy and her team created, the sufficiency strategy. So clearly, hopefully that's somewhat reassuring for you in terms of how we hope to intervene and manage the market more effectively. And how you manage the market in some cases is that you become part of it. You influence it by engaging with it and being part of it. And that's certainly one of the things that we would look to do. Not least because Councillor Hartshorn is right. The involvement of the private sector in the children's market has led to an increase in costs, and you've seen costs rise in the private sector well above retail price index and CPI as well. If you look at the costs of private provision, they've well outstripped the rising costs of providing services. So that's something else that we need to keep an eye on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think we'll now go back to you, Leslie.
Thank you, Sean. I just wanted to thank Patrick for what he said in recognising the importance of those first 3 years and knowing now that he will start pressing for that support. Perhaps we could even see children's centres come back and do all the good work they used to do. Who knows? It would be so reassuring. But I just wanted to thank you for that, and also Kate for endorsing what I think. So thank you. And I think really, if we understand why life expectancy is shortening, we will also understand, Ray's question about, well, where do all these people come from? It is that there are such inequalities in society now that those who have least are getting least. And as I would refer you to the recent Marmot report, which really does, it was being discussed on the radio first thing this morning. It really does highlight what we already knew, and that COVID has really highlighted, is the level of inequality in this country is appalling. And we, all 53 of us, have the ability to change that if we put our minds to it.
Thank you, Leslie, very much for that. Richard, I don't know if you want to say anything, or if we'll bring this session to an end.
No, I'm very happy that we've covered off through the officers and myself the questions that have been asked. So thank you, everyone, for your input.
Okay, and thank you also very much.
May I add my thanks to Richards, because I've worked in lots of different authorities, actually, as director. I've been doing this role for 20 years in different places. And I have to say that Gloucestershire is probably a standout authority in terms of the level of support that children's services get, and that's cross-party support. I'm not indicating any particular party in my comments. And also corporately, I've certainly appreciated not just the members' input from all parties, but also Steve Mawson and his team, Sue, Pete, the corporate leadership team have all been very sympathetic and understanding of the situation that children's services find themselves in, almost to the point, Steve, where I get embarrassed every time we discuss it at the corporate leadership team, because I always feel I should start with an apology, even though the circumstances that Councillor Theodoulou outlined absolutely are pertinent to children's services. So thank you all and everyone for that. It's much appreciated by me and by the team.
And Chris, thank you very much, and also your team. Now, we have, technically we're meant to start again, I think, at, where are we? 3:15. Shall we say we start at 3:20? Everybody happy about that? Good. So we'll start again at 3:20 with the Corporate Overview and Scrutiny Committee. That's Lyndon and Steve. Look forward to seeing you in 10 minutes.
And my usual reminder that the live stream continues, so please turn off your cameras and keep your microphones on. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. I'm doing fine. Yes, I'm in between two jobs. One is
Loudspeaker.
Is it about time, Stephen?
Yeah, 1 minute to go according to the clock here. Whenever you're ready, sure.
I think most people are back, probably, are they? Welcome, Lyndon. Welcome, Steve. Lyndon, would you like to fire off, please?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. I'll just give me 1 minute. Okay, corporate resources. Essentially, this is the service which provides the infrastructure for us as a council to deliver services, whether those services are delivered direct or through contractors. As a service, we manage the assets, whether they be land, property, and most importantly, our staff. So I'll briefly just run through the bids to the revenue budget for next year. First of all, on IT spend, a bid for £600,000, and that's to enable work, including transition to Office 365 and other important upgrades to both IT infrastructure and software. In particular, the further development of our digital offer and resource. And that's a fundamental need. I think we all recognise that the service that we've had over the last few years has not been where we need it to be. It's not certainly not where we need it to be going forward as we, in effect, migrate out of the Sopra Steria contract. So I think that's a vital investment and a vital bid to the budget. Secondly, a specific increase in the budget for legal services for children's. This continues to be an incredibly difficult recruitment environment. And some of you may remember, I think it was last year, we had a bid for not a dissimilar sum in last year's budget too. We tried desperately to recruit. We have some limited success. The problem is we are having to put caseloads out, and that is not a cheap option. So we are needing to increase that budget, not least because of the demand that we're seeing. As Pete mentioned earlier, and as a few minutes ago, Chris reiterated, children in care numbers are now 800. Third, we have to finance 3 significant capital schemes. And there is, of course, a cost to the interest in doing that financing. So a bid of £731,000 in total. And that will cover the financing element of our highways programme, of the new secondary school in Cheltenham, and of our development of Quayside. And with respect to Quayside, we would expect to see some money coming back in the way of rentals earned in future years. And the fourth bid I'd like to highlight is £455,000 for a centrally held contract contingency, and that's to fund potential contract inflation. Some of our bids, some of our contracts may return as higher than anticipated, and you've touched on that again in the course of both adults and children's discussions today. I particularly want to mention a couple of themes, although they are, I would say they are embedded. They are not explicit, but I do want to pick up a couple of themes. First of all, our commitment to climate change, and as Nigel explained earlier, we anticipate the council being carbon neutral in the next 12 months. And that commitment is embedded throughout our management of property and our management of all resources that we can possibly, deal with and make amends to further that cause. By way of a couple of examples, you'll know that our build programmes for new schools, such as the new secondary school in Cheltenham just mentioned, that will be carbon neutral. And so we need to add into our capital programme £1 million extra to ensure that those schemes meet our carbon reductions commitment. So that's a further investment, a specific investment. But I want to argue and very much get that message over that climate change, our response is embedded throughout our work. And the second theme I'm keen to get over is our commitment to our staff to ensure that we provide the appropriate accommodation, the appropriate IT for whatever new normal emerges. And in that respect, I will, of course, include members. But I want to go further. You know, we want to also provide the right levels too of HR support, of even down at the level of staff car parking, but also, and I think this is increasingly important, support around health and well-being. So I want to make sure that there is a clear message from the administration around those two embedded policies, whatever you want to call them, themes, I guess is a better word. Finally, Chairman, in this introduction, I want to highlight one particular saving, and that's of £1.7 million a year, and that is in respect of contributions to the pension fund. As a result of our well-led investment policies, good returns, the Gloucestershire Pension Fund is now funded at just over 100%. Now, that is particularly good news for taxpayers. It's good news for many other public sector organisations who are members of our scheme, such as the district councils, and of course it's good news for our scheme members. Chairman, that I hope is a brief summary. It's a very much looking forward summary, but I'm sure that any detailed questions, Steve Mawson is on hand too, and we're happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Lyndon. Steve, do you want to say anything at this stage, or is it easier for us to go straight to questions?
Just to questions, Chair, thank you.
Yes, okay. Any questions, please? Stephen?
Ian Dobie's indicating.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lyndon. First of all, I'd like to say I'm very pleased to see the £1 million for carbon neutrality initiatives in school building programmes, which of course will affect High School of Campton and indeed the rebuild of Warden Hill Primary. But my question is this, Lyndon. You said there'll be a £455,000 reserve for corporate services. I just wonder whether this is the normal practice, that for a particular area of council spend, you set aside this money. Wouldn't it be more sensible to have reserves held centrally rather than under each budget? I don't think this is that common a practice, but perhaps Steve or you could comment on why this reserve is specifically set aside in this budget, this sub-budget, as it were. Thank you.
It's just to pick that up, and I'm sure Steve will put me right if I say something wrong. This is a budget that is held within this service, but it will be used where it is needed across contracts for any other service. So it's essentially held budget effectively.
Yeah, that's right, and it's easy to allocate. And quite a lot of the budgets that sit under technical and county-wide stuff, there's a kind of cross team and ladle between the two. Some of the contingency is one, some of it in the other. It is something that I want to get our teeth into and separate them all out. And what you might see throughout the year is we have a central contingency for a contract that we don't yet know what the percentage increase on that contract is, that we hold corporately. As soon as the service come to us and say, that contract's now been settled, we know the percentage increase, then we would allocate that into service areas. So throughout the year, we do kind of set the central contingency at budget setting time and then allocate the money into the service area once we know what the actual increase is. So it is as you are describing, I think.
Okay. And who's next question in that case, Ian?
Ray Fiordan.
Ray.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you. Is that working? Hope so. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Lyndon. Just a couple of points, Lyndon. The current year, if we were forecasting, and this may be in the papers and I may have missed it, we were forecasting a deficit at one time, and that deficit, I think, will disappear. Could you just comment on how that deficit is being made to disappear? And I've got another question, which is about the property assets which we have, which are occupied by ourselves, and whether you can foresee in the future that there will be a reduction in the footprint that we have for our own occupation in view of the changes in work practices which seem to be adumbrated all around the place now. Everybody seems to be going to be working 2 days a week at the office at maximum. That sort of situation. But how are you balancing the books this year?
Craig Clinton, mute himself, please. I can only hear him breathing, not the comments from the members.
Breathing?
Sorry? Are we there?
Who is breathing? Yeah, okay.
Okay, ready to go. Yeah, with regard to the overspend, I mean, in fact, there are two elements to the potential overspend that's reported. First of all, the reported one, which was in December at Cabinet. The overspend there relates to two elements, COVID-related and, should we say, business as normal. We do anticipate getting funding from government to, in effect, clear any COVID overspend. So we're not concerned about that at this point in time. With regard to our business as normal, the December reported overspend was somewhere in the figure of 4 million. Now, my understanding is that recently that figure is coming down now, and currently will probably stand at closer to 1.8 to 2 million. Now, I know, we've still got 3 months of the year to go. So we're currently budgeting, or will be budgeting, an overspend of about 1.8 million. It is that we will be doing two things. First of all, we will be looking at what reserves might be appropriate to fund that if necessary. Secondly, we will be doing, once again, a thorough sweep through of all of our expenditure to see if any of it can be booked against government COVID-related expenditure. So those two things to see whether we can bring that down in the course of the next 3 months. But clearly we do have reserves of somewhere about at least 18 million, which is more than ample anyway to cover something like 1.8. But obviously what I'm trying to do, and what Steve and the team and all directors will be doing, is trying to make sure we get as close to a zero situation as possible. With regard to our property management, I think what we are likely to see is that a new normal, within any new normal, there will be an increased level of home working. I think, though, we will also see reorganisations of the working areas that exist. Let's basically say at Shire at the moment, so that we probably we will spread. I think there will be an element of spreading that work back out, spreading desk space to give a less concentrated spacing out than we've had previously. I think we will be going back a generation. People will have more space around them, because I don't think that the risk around pandemic, whether it's current or future, will go away. So I think we're likely to come up with new ways of working around meeting areas, etc. And of course, one would wish to also take into and try to embed some of the cost savings that are coming through at the moment. I mean, clear cost savings from some of the work being done and some of the discussions being held via Zoom. Now, it's not for me to determine, in the future how we should hold meetings, but one can well imagine that, quite a lot of the more informal meetings, cabinet member with their directors, could well be held by Zoom for always. There might be exceptions, and we need to make sure we take advantage of that particular saving. So I think it's too early, Ray, to say by how much we would expect to be able to shrink the estate used. But I think the first thing will be that there will need to be a a spreading out, and I think it's already happened. You know, there is already more space around working areas, etc., because it's needed with COVID at the moment.
Any more questions?
Stephen Hurst is the last one I've got indicating.
And I'd like to ask a question after Stephen, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to ask a question whether we have concluded our property disposal programme and also of land. Do we still intend to dispose of some more land holdings, please? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. I think where we are on this, quarterly at Cabinet, we take a list of disposals which are agreed. It's then delegated officers to go and dispose of those as best we can. So that's property no longer needed. That's an ongoing job. And within that disposals programme, and within a programme that we have land holdings that are not even within that programme, where we think there is possibility of, let us say, housing development. And of course, you would expect us to hold on to that land until we were able to get the best price we can, the best options around for to deal with our corporate strategies, etc. So that remains the case. So we play a long game with regard to property ownership, particularly where there is development potential. That there is, we have 3 or 4 schemes at least at the moment where quite big schemes where we are looking at that. Certainly the core strategy between Tewkesbury, Cheltenham and Gloucester opens up some potential around the M5 corridor, where we do have some land holdings as well, and particularly when you look at the possibilities around Junction 10, the redevelopment there. So we're nowhere near completing on land disposal. We have a long way to go, and we have some good assets there in the background, which will deliver funding in the future for us, and it'll be much needed funding.
Thank you. If there's nobody else, I'd like to ask a question.
Sean, there's Kate Hay and Rachel Smith are both indicated.
Okay, Kate first.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to pick up on this point about potential housing land and receipts for it. It's clear, from the discussions we've had today and from what we all know of how people lead their lives, that poor quality housing and overcrowding has played a part not only in deaths from COVID, but in affecting people's life chances and in driving up demand for our other services, whether it be children's or adults. And it's housing that people can afford to live in. I'm not going to say affordable housing. That's a fairly meaningless term for many people because affordable housing is not affordable for so many. So is there not a case for us using that housing land to either generate social housing so that people can have improved quality of life, or building it ourselves so that we can, in fact, house people adequately? I think it's on the one hand, yes, we have to ensure that the council is financially viable, but we can drive out demand for our services by providing decent housing for people. And I really would like to see something in this budget that relates to not having to gain best price on housing land, where in fact we can actually get better lives.
Well, I think with regard to housing, we by definition are led by the local plans which are put in place by the districts. I mean, I would argue and say that any large-scale development in Gloucestershire will, of course, bring with it extra social housing. Now, it might not be, sometimes at the level that you might want. But, my take on this also is that every house built is a home for somebody. And it helps, take a ladder of the more housing you've got, the more housing stock there is there, the more potential you've got to house people at any step on their housing ladder. But no, I think, it is a fact that virtually all local plans within the district, within the county, once you get beyond a certain size of development, I think it's generally around 10, have a social housing requirement. And what is important is that we work with our district colleagues, we work with developers to make sure that we have, we take into account local factors, we take into account the local plan, but we do need to balance that with the statutory requirement often, which is to make sure that we deliver best value to our residents through that receipt programme. And of course, receipts from capital sales of land are part of our budget process. So, I wouldn't want to see that impacted too much, but, what I would like to see is to make sure that working with our district colleagues, we deliver good quality, good design, preferably carbon neutral housing. And if we can get a really good chunk of social housing amongst that, then so much the better.
Can I just come back briefly? Because I think Councillor Stowe is confusing affordable housing and social housing. Of course, there is no requirement for social housing because that's not part of the requirements on councils, though there might be aspirations to provide it. And if I just refer to my own division where there's a proposed regeneration, the registered social landlord is saying they cannot afford to deliver regeneration unless they get some land off someone for nothing to do it, because the viability isn't there, the grant's not there from Homes England, and we've got people living in the most appalling conditions. So best value is something that not only refers to the largest receipts, it also refers to something that's of value in other ways to our residents. And actually, I think using some of our land to improve the conditions in which people live and not just widen the market, because the market clearly fails for some people. It's never going to be an achievable aim for some, and we ought to be considering how we can aid our district colleagues with actually giving them the opportunity to build some social housing, for which, as I say, currently there is no requirement because the government has failed to recognise the need for it.
Okay, well, I will just come back. I won't give too much details. I'm not too sure at which stage we are in this particular process on this one, but we've certainly working very closely with one of our 6 councils, where the land which we have got, that scheme will be built out with social housing. So we have taken a view on that particular project to work with that, with our district colleagues there, and that, as I understand it, will be 100% social housing. So we are not, we are there to talk, we are there to listen, but we're also there to balance the different challenges and the different needs across a whole raft of communities. If we take it is a simple fact. If we take a reduction in income somewhere or receipt somewhere, we have to balance that out. Now, as you can see today, we've over the last 3 or 4 years, we've had to increase the input into children's, as an example, by £30 million. Now, we can only do that by ensuring that the receipts that we get are robust, and that is where a huge amount of our money is ending up in that service. So, you can't put it in both places, or you have to weigh out and give an appropriate balance.
Thank you very much, Lyndon, and indeed Kate. I think, Rachel, were you the last on the list? Rachel?
Yeah, hello. So sorry, I missed the beginning of Lyndon's presentation, so apologies if you covered this. It's really great that you're saying there's this commitment to climate change that's embedded throughout everything, and I'll be honest, I remain slightly sceptical. I'd be interested to see the actual kind of figures on the council building and council estates becoming carbon neutral, but that's really exciting if that is the case. I think that within our strategy, and I don't know exactly how it's been updated to take into account the climate emergency, but when we declared a climate emergency as a council whenever it was, a year or so back. We also had a commitment to the whole of the county reducing its carbon emissions substantially, and I just wonder whether, because the absence of a kind of due regard relating to specifically to the carbon emissions associated with different decisions, I just wonder how we are actually going to reach that particular strategic goal, like particularly around transport. And you may say, oh, we should have talked about environment, but actually it's across the whole piece, really. So I'm just kind of curious about what's in the budget and what's in the sort of the strategy to really make sure that we are actually achieving that wider goal, not just of council buildings, but the whole county, to kind of address climate change, to meet our carbon emission reductions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the first priority of any organisation that wants to, that needs to demonstrate community leadership will be to put our own house in order first. And that's something that I think we can do. Nigel Moore and that particular team have evidenced that we are on track to be carbon neutral in the next 12 months. And that we have already clocked, as I understand it, 97% savings on emissions since 2006, I think it was, in that very recent press release. So that one would hope is setting the right framework for others to follow. Clearly, we've been, we have a resource, we have funding, we've used funding in the right way. We've used it to deliver business cases and to deliver efficiencies, but to deliver on that climate change too. We cannot take control of everything that goes on in the county and do it for everybody else. But we have shown clear leadership. We will continue showing clear leadership, and we will make sure that wherever possible, we will facilitate. Now, in particular, the one project which you all know about is our aspiration, our aim to plant 35 million trees in Gloucestershire within a 10-year period, and to increase dramatically the wooded area that we would have. And now, how do we do that? Now, we don't own enough land to get anywhere near that, so we have to facilitate, and that is exactly what we are going to need to do across sectors of the economy, across agriculture, and where we can have influence, we must use it. And I think that is the answer. For us, it'll be about providing leadership, it'll be about facilitation, but it will be about providing sometimes some seed finance, some seed funding to let other people get a project off the ground and take that leadership too. We cannot do everything for everybody in the county. We need other organisations, other individuals, other businesses, etc., and everybody to play their own part in this campaign, from school children upwards to people in their very old ages. We need them all to buy into this agenda.
Lyndon, if there's nobody else, I'd just like.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
So sorry, just to come back on that a little bit. I think I just have a concern that when you talk about facilitating people to play their part, it feels like with the way in which the budget is we're still not seeing a focus on shared and active transport, for example, compared to we've got a lot of investment in road capacity for cars, but I think there's still this challenge of, we talk about everyone's got to play their part, but if we're talking really about facilitating that, I just don't think we're doing that properly for the whole of the strategy. And that would be my overall my real concern about the budget, and also with this absence of the promised carbon assessment of decisions as well.
Thank you.
If I very quickly, Chairman, answer that by saying that we welcome positive ideas. We're never going to say no if we like the idea put in front of us. So please, as part of the consultation process in the next couple of weeks before we take this to Cabinet and onwards to Council, please engage with us. And the officers that Pete Bungard said earlier, he would be happy to work up costing. Let us have that. Let us have it well in advance. And as an administration, we will be pleased to give it due consideration.
Thank you. If that's all, there's a couple of points. First of all, I wasn't going to say it, but I will say it now. I do actually feel the point which Rachel is making, it could take a slightly higher profile in the overall strategy document, which we haven't got in front of us. It is in there, but it's rather buried in there. And I think that given where we are with climate change, etc., it could maybe have a slightly higher profile than we see at the moment in that document. That wasn't really what I was going to ask. I was actually going to ask about reserves. I'm somewhat surprised, looking at it, that the general reserve, which you referred to earlier, Lyndon, which is just under 19 million, hasn't increased. We've been talking through the budget or today, and we've seen really quite a few areas of increased risk. And yet, in fact, the earmark reserves, of course, have substantially reduced. In particular, the revenue grant reserve, I think, has gone down by 16 million pounds. It's maybe one more for Steve, but I would have thought that the general reserve really needed to increase a bit, because that is where the uncertainties would rest. And I just wanted to really ask, well, I suppose, Steve more than you, that he really feels happy about that.
Can I just say one thing before Steve gives us a good answer and a technical answer? So I think that if we look at this budget, it's got one of our lowest savings targets for many years. That is probably the best measurement of risk that the budget carries. So I would argue that we're probably, with regard to our activities, we are at a lower level of risk than we have been for several years on being able to deliver that budget. But Steve, I'm sure you'd like to come in on that one.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I've done since coming into the council is have a look at the approach to reserves. And you will see in the budget report now at appendix, I think it's 5B or something like that, an actual risk assessment of reserves. So the way that the council used to approach reserves as a flat percentage of the net revenue budget is an old way, and it's not the recommended way of carrying it out anymore. What you're supposed to do is carry out a risk assessment of reserves. Now, as you can see from that risk assessment, it's all educated guesswork, and it's all trying to work out where your problems are. And as Lyndon rightly points out, the single biggest risk is either non-delivery of savings or overspends. Those are the things you're going to be carrying on. And as we've rightly pointed out today, in terms of children's social care, that is one of the potential areas that we will be carrying. Hence why I say I feel more comfortable that we've stabilised the position on children's social care and putting the right level of money into the budget for next year to stabilise the current overspend. So we've carried out a risk assessment of reserves. That does give us some limited headroom. That does give us some about £1 million spare, roughly. And I say spare, but it's all kind of estimated. It tells me that we, with some confidence, that we're in the right ballpark for our reserves. They did grow a little bit when we did our outturn last year. I think it was about £400,000 that we were able to put in. What I'm not advocating, as the base budget grows, you just automatically put more money into reserve. To me, that is not the right approach, to just follow the percentage line. Look at what you're spending the money on and look at what the risks are inherent in that spend. So as Lyndon says, what savings are there and what's your volatility in your service areas like? And as the other point I've made already, we've got £11.5 million worth of COVID already allocated by government. Many treasurers up and down the country were pleading with MHCLG to make sure they allocated that money before budget, because if they hadn't, I would also be airing a major risk with you as concerns of, well, what happens if there's a COVID spend? Where's that money going to come from? So it does give us a little bit of room in the budget setting as well if there are overspends on COVID-related activity.
Thank you, Steve, very much. That's very helpful. I don't think we've got any more questions on this session. So we now move into the feedback to the leader of the council, which Richard and Lyndon and Pete, I think, is back with us. So Richard, do you want to start this off? Or do we start it off?
No, I'm happy to start it off. I'd just like to thank everyone for their time today and the work that they're putting into the draft budget proposals. I think the council's in a financially good position, and I do agree with the last two speakers on the budget reserves. I think they're robust, and the budget proposals, I believe, are where we need to be at this time. I look forward to hearing from other groups and councillors around any proposals that they wish to make in the coming weeks about areas we need to look at. And as Lyndon, in charge of this portfolio, has said, we will always listen to well-costed good ideas. And so I'd just like to thank you all for your time, and also thank all the officers for all the background work that they've done with Cabinet members over the last couple of weeks. Thank you.
Lyndon, do you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I think the one thing that we've picked up as a thread is that we probably need to include a little bit more explicit information and, should we say, direction of travel with regard to climate change. I think that's a message that's been, I think, quite consistent throughout today's chats. I mean, I think that I've listened to certainly most of the discussions, and I think that there's been a lot of well-made points, particularly around adults and children. I genuinely hope and think that we have a better based budget now for both of those services than we've had for some time. I think this is the year where we have taken a big decision. I think we thought we did it last year, but I think we've done it again this year, where we are putting a substantial uplift in children's services. I think we may see some fruition from previous investment if it hadn't been as a result of COVID within this year, and I don't think so. I think we had to forego that. I think what we will do now, though, is see that we are properly budgeted. And I think the important thing is, and I'm picking up one of the comments earlier from that session, we all have to realise, you cannot have, no service can have a blank checkbook. That is simply not the way you run councils. We have to have accountability. But what we also have to do is have a system in place that acts as a financial backstop when things go wrong, and to make sure we've got the right level of reserves to be able to deal with those in-year situations. And I'm more confident we've got that in next year's budget than in hindsight we had in this year's budget. So I'm again, as Richard said, I would very much like to see any positive suggestions coming forward from either our group as well as opposition members, and let's get them costed up and let's look at them, because ultimately, we are all here to deliver for all of the people of Gloucestershire. And if you can think of something that we haven't thought about within the, if you like, the bubble of the administration, then let's make sure we put that right. So we very much welcome what you might be able to put forward in the next 6 weeks or so.
Thank you. Peter, I don't want to make a quick comment. It's actually feedback to the leader of the council, not just from his cabinet members, but also I think from us as a scrutiny committee. So I don't know if any comments you want to make, Peter, or Ed?
No, my only comment is process now. So if there are, so Steve will be making appointments with other groups to create an opportunity for putting a cost on any amendments. I've been reminded by Rob Ailiff that there's a constitutional requirement that budget amendments are received by Steve at least 5 working days prior to the council meeting. So as long as we can make that work with a bit of leeway on time, and I again absolutely stress there will be confidentiality in that process.
Thank you. Now, is there any
Otherwise,
other...
I'm listening.
Right. Is there any other points which anybody wants to make as feedback on this?
Sean, Leslie Williams has raised her hand.
Leslie?
Thanks, Sean. It was really a question. I put my hand up too late, Linda, when you were talking about housing, and I'm delighted to hear that you're working with another authority to, as I understand it, the possibility of social housing and good social housing. Because one of the advantages of good social housing is that there are savings, and these aren't cuts; these are savings. Simply because you have people living in better houses, they have better health. Older people are less likely to have trips and break hits. The climate efficiencies through reduced utilities bills are good for everybody. So all in all, better housing in all ways, a bit like early years support for young people. You save money in the long run, and so it is heartening to hear that you are actually working with the local authority to create some social housing. So. And they are savings. I mean, so much of what we hear are, when we refer to savings, tend to be efficiencies, or for efficiencies, cuts. So to actually find ways where you can create better living conditions for people and better life outcomes is the best way forward.
Thank you, Leslie. Anybody else got any comments at the moment? I'd just like to make one comment. This is more on how the day's gone. I think that going back to Kate's suggestion that the cabinet members' lead was a very good one, and maybe we ought to, in future, ought to adopt that, I think, as practice. Stephen, we're looking forward. I think that the Environment Scrutiny Committee covers a very complex and difficult area, and I think we may just want to look at that in a little bit more detail. Of course, the two biggest areas are adult social care and children, but the environment is, I think, a complicated area in a way which the other two aren't quite so complicated. So if we've got no more feedback to leave at this stage, I think what we now do is we have a discussion around the key themes for the report. So shall we move into that if everybody's happy?
Sean, I would just start that just by reminding members that there'll be a set of minutes from this meeting which will incorporate the comments and questions asked by members. So because they will span a wide variety of topics, and also members may not all agree with each other, it's nice to have that collection of all views put forward. At this stage, it's just if there was anything in particular members wanted to emphasise, and I can put that as a little summary item at the bottom of the minutes, and I can note that down now.
Can I also add, of course, is that when this comes to us first, back as a committee, and we can highlight some themes after having got all of Stephen's the minutes of the meeting, if you prefer to go that way. Well, when actually is our next meeting on this?
So there isn't another meeting before it will go to Cabinet, but I would do it electronically. So I will produce a draft set of minutes, and I would send that to you on this occasion, so you'd all get an opportunity to see that your comments were reflected accurately.
Thank you, Stephen. So anybody want to make any comment?
So Kate Hay has got her hand up, and also Kevin Cromwell.
Kate, you're first, I think, on that.
Thank you, Chair. And sort of casting our minds back to this morning, I think we had an acceptance from the Chief Executive that we ought to have a line in the challenges for adult care relating to long COVID. And that's something that we're going to have to deal with. It's not on the list at the moment. So I'd like to make a recommendation that we add that supporting people in long COVID is added to the list of factors affecting adult care.
Thank you. Kevin.
To point out, Chair, you commented about the Environment Committee. That meeting is also involves the Economic Growth Scrutiny Committee. So I just like to point that out, because obviously that is quite wide ranging, but I don't want you to forget us, please.
Okay. Anybody else want to make any comment?
So Ian Dobie's got his hand up, and then Stephen Hurst.
Ian.
Yeah, I'm going back to what was said right at the very first session we had this morning by Pete Bungard, and it's a very big issue and maybe a big question that perhaps there's no answer to right now. But the leadership here is proposing a council tax increase for 21-22 that's significantly over the projected rate of inflation. And the main reason, and the chief executive referred to this, I think, is that once again the government is devolving unfair taxation to pay for the increasing costs of social care to local authorities. Now, on his first day as Prime Minister 18 months ago, Mr. Johnson said on the steps of number 10 that he had a solution to the chronic issue of a system to fund social care fairly. Do we, and I'm asking of the politicians here as well as the Chief Executive, do we have any news on when this oven-ready deal will finally be revealed? I think the overburdened Gloucestershire Council taxpayer would like an answer to that. Thank you.
Well, Chairman, I guess my only response to that would be that it is certainly something being looked at within government. We've got no further information other than that. But of course, let's be pragmatic about it. For 10 months now, government's had something else on its mind. And it may well be that it will need data coming out of the, shall we say, what Kate has mentioned earlier around the impact of long COVID, before government would be able to come up with an alternative and sensible solution for the funding of adult social care. But I think it is something that, I absolutely think that all of us think that adult social care would be far better off funded through central taxation and not through local taxation. I don't think anybody would disagree with that.
The only way to be positive would be to say that it's a one-year settlement, and it still creates the possibility of a different approach next year.
Thank you. Any other comments?
So Stephen Hurst.
Sorry, Stephen.
I may not be now. No, I'm not. I'm very happy with today's discussions, but I must admit the only subject which gives me some disturbance is the children's budget. That we don't seem to be able to satisfy the demand of the children's services in confidence. And it does concern me that we may well have to put more and more money in as the years go on, the children's services, to get a satisfactory result.
Thank you. Anybody else comment? I've got one thing which I think is up for the Overview and Scrutiny Committee to take forward, and that is, I think there was fairly unanimous support for re-establishing a scrutiny task force, I imagine it will be, on flooding issues. And if people are happy, we could go ahead with that, I think, now to draw up the terms of reference to that. We could then circulate it virtually. Would people be happy about that?
Yes, yeah, completely.
Certainly. Yes, Sean, quite right.
So, Sean, in terms of process, we will work with probably Phil, because it was his suggestion, and any other interested members to draw up a one-page strategy. Then the committee will consider the outcomes of what that would be, whether it be viable, and also the timing of that, bearing in mind we've got an upcoming election as well. So these are all considerations we're taking into account.
Yeah, I think people would really like it to be established quite soon before we, while in fact the memory is quite warm, rather than, later on. But anyhow, we can talk about that.
Chair?
Yes?
So is that going to be done under the auspices of the Environment Committee?
No, I said we said it would be done at the moment by the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, didn't we?
Well, isn't it more appropriate that they take it on?
Well, we'll see. We can talk about that.
For detail, it's not
we can talk about that.
We would normally do.
Before when we had it before, it was actually a council-wide one.
Rather different situation, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you.
And wouldn't we set up a working group?
Well, it all comes down to that's what we said. That's why I said a task force.
So I've actioned it for the member to develop a one-page strategy, which would be a scrutiny task group. And when you look at the terms of reference put forward there, you might decide how you want to manage it. But that's how I've actioned it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other points? Yes, Kate. Are you waving goodbye? I want to make.
No, I made a recommendation, Chair, but I don't know if you've accepted it.
Sorry?
I made a recommendation.
Okay, go on.
I made a recommendation that we add the effects of long COVID to the pressures on adult services, and you haven't asked the committee if they accept that recommendation. I'd like that to be a formal recommendation, not just in the notes, an actual recommendation.
Seconded.
I think we were going to, I was expecting that to come more out of the minutes, actually, to be honest, because but again, we can look at that. I think possibly it should come more out of the minutes, that one, but I don't know what others feel.
Chair, I'm formally moving a recommendation, and I would like you to ask the committee if they accept it, please.
What do others feel?
Yes, I think we should.
Anybody else?
Sorry, can I just in terms of process, can I understand what you're trying to recommend?
This is not a committee.
You can't force a recommendation onto the cabinet as part of the budget setting at this stage. You can make a comment to them by all means, but it's.
This is the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. We have a report. I'm making a recommendation on that report that we add the effects of long COVID into the list of pressures on adult services. Chief Executive said he felt that it was missing when we debated it. I wish it to be added. The recommendation be that Cabinet add that into the report as a pressure on adult services. It's quite straightforward. It's not, you know, it's not something we don't do every time we have a meeting. It's a recommendation on this report, and I would like it formalised because we are allowed to make recommendations.
I think we can take it that the scrutiny reports to Cabinet will include the reference to long COVID as a risk sitting in adult social care.
My recommendation is the report be amended to include reference.
No, the reports we've received, we can't go back historically amending reports, but we've received the reports. It will obviously be picked up in the minutes of the meeting of this.
Yeah.
Sorry? No, I think I personally would. Kate, I would ask other people. My own suggestion, and I'm not making a recommendation. Suggestion is we go along with what the chief executive has said. Are other people unhappy with that? I know, obviously, Kate isn't.
I think it's quite strong enough.
It'll obviously be picked up. There's no doubt about that.
I feel that we don't know enough about the costs involved before we actually put it into a budget line.
Makes it even more of a risk.
Well, exactly. So therefore, we have to discuss the risks and the parameters of the risk.
None of those items have a number attached to them.
I'm sorry, Kate. You've made your point. It will be picked up. It will be picked up.
Recommendations, wasting our time.
No, it will be picked up. All right. So, any other points anybody want to make? Well, I think all it does now is to thank everybody very much for what has been obviously quite a long day. In particular, I'd like to thank all the cabinet members and indeed all the officers for being there to answer our questions and issues. So thank you all very much indeed, and I hope you're all able to have a brief bit of exercise while the sun lasts. It's getting quite cold up here already. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Stephen, we might have a chat sometime as and when you're ready.